Welcome to Maryland's second statewide Brownfield Conference, Brownfields, a Walk in the Park for All, hosted by the Maryland Department of Planning in collaboration with the Maryland Department of the Environment. My name is Jason Dubo, and I'm the manager of the Resource Conservation and Management Unit at the Maryland Department of Planning. I'm very happy to welcome everyone here today, and would like to extend a special thank you to our advisory committee members and all of our presenters who helped make this conference possible. We're very happy to have the Secretary of the Maryland Department of Planning, Robert McCord, the Secretary of the Maryland Department of the Environment, Horacio Tablada, and the EPA Region 3 Environmental Education Coordinator and Environmental Justice Liaison, Stephanie Branch. We're very glad to have them with us to kick off our second Brownfield Conference. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor over to Secretary McCord. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, and welcome to our latest Brownfields conferences, a walk in the park for all. What's in a name? A walk in the park is not meant to minimize the challenges of remediating, reclaiming, and reusing land. But we use a walk in the park for all because we wanted to signal how reuses, recreational spaces like parks can be beneficial to everybody. This is especially important in communities that had no choice and no voice in how adjoining lands were used and sometimes abused. We hope that you will be inspired to open your eyes to the possibilities of creating from these sites recreational spaces open to all. This type of work is not easy, but it's not impossible. At the Maryland Department of Planning, we're happy to facilitate the sharing of ideas that can move this work forward in your community. I hope that you will keep your mind open as you hear how the important ideas of environmental justice and equity in communities can be translated into success on the ground. On the ground that has been overlooked, we must look for opportunities, not only to reclaim land, but opportunities to rebuild the community. You will hear from people who have worked in this area, and we hope you find ways to inspire and achieve your own success. It takes a few things, and I'll mention a couple of them. It takes funding. You'll hear about that. You can't go from brownfields to greenfields without some green. Back in the day, that used to mean folding money. Now it means checks with commas, but it takes some funding. It takes vision. You will hear about how building a consensus on shared vision is important. Sometimes there's no shortage of ideas. The key is getting everyone to look at the project through the same lens. Refining community vision is many times an exercise in the art of the possible. It takes knowledge. You will hear about success stories and how obstacles were overcome. You will hear about things that you may not have thought to consider. You will hear from people involved with success stories that we hope will lead to more success stories in your communities. Once again, welcome. Thank you for your part in the stewardship of this planet, and more importantly, the part that you play in improving the lives of the people who will benefit because you cared. So from the Secretary of the Department of Planning, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the conference.
Thanks very much, Secretary McCord. Appreciate it. Next, we have Secretary of the Maryland Department of the Environment, Horacio Tablada. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Horacio Tablada, OHT. I'm the serving right now as a Secretary of the Environment. I've been with the department many years, so I'm not new to the agency, but I'm new to this role. And again, thank you for participating in the second Maryland Brownfields Conference. To me, this is a theme that is very, that brings two key points together: brownfields and environmental justice. And that's something that is very important, especially in these days. Although both themes have been developed since the 90s, more important now is leveraging these two programs into, if you want to call them program, into a success for all Marylanders. The key point that I want to make today, as you're listening, is that Maryland strongly believes, especially MDE, Department of Environment strongly believes that the process of assessing, remediating, reimagining brownfields can improve the quality of life through projects such as parks, other recreational uses, and can alleviate the long-standing environmental justice issues. If you were around Maryland 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and you just drove around the Inner Harbor, you will see a lot of fenced-in buildings, former factories, things that are falling apart. And we, through the Brownfields program, not we, but everyone in Maryland, have made great success to returning a lot of these sites to good use. So how do we get these two concepts to work together? One, the key point is collaboration, partnerships and collaboration, working together as the planning departments, as the funding agencies, as the local governments, coming together in reimagine the new sites. And when we see a project that is a site that is need to be addressed, it brings to the attention of the Department of Environment. We work with the developer or the local government, for if it's a park. The community is important to listen to their voices and bring everybody together. We can develop a new site. For example, just to give you a few examples, not far from in Baltimore County, we had this big development, Trade Point Atlantic, located at the former site of Bethlehem Steel. If anyone lived in Maryland for a long time, would remember Beth Steel manufacturing there. Now the whole thing is converted to the new warehouse and new manufacturing there. Well, they have worked together with Baltimore County, the community, and to restoring and assessing it, what it would now be a new park for the community. And it will be a community center. It will be play fields, natural trails, right near the community. So that's something where we bring the investment, the capital, and the environmental cleanups, and that's where NDE comes in to ensure that things are cleaned up. And just like this project, there's other ones going on with Baltimore City, recreational parks, where we're turning a lot of row homes that were pretty much destroyed into green space in an urban area. And looking forward to also to new investment like the Horseshoe Casino, right behind Guinness Falls Trail. There's a new area that was done for trails, and Baltimore City has a project around the Middle Branch. So last, I want to say again, our MD's key program is the Land Restoration Program, and their staff, many of them present here today, and you will hear from them later. Will continue to provide technical support and we understand and address the issues, environmental issues, and the cleanup requirements. So bringing together, we can all develop a better site for everyone to enjoy in the future. Now we'll turn it over to EPA Stephanie Branch.
Thank you so much, Secretary Tablada. We appreciate it. Next, we will have Stephanie Branch, and I will give you sharing privileges. Let's see. Thank you. And you'll just have to go into presentation mode. Thanks so much. Okay, so just need to unmute Stephanie and.
Oh, she stopped sharing.
Okay, oops, oh.
Perfect.
Okay, is everything good now? Are we good?
Perfect.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And thank you, Secretary Tablada and McCord and the State of Maryland Brownfield Program for inviting me today. I'm from the Office of Communities, Tribes, and Environmental Assessment. I have been here for about a year, a little bit over a year, but I have extensive experience with the Brownfield program. I was a Brownfield project manager for over a decade. So the relationship for this is great for me. So I'm going to talk to you for about 10 minutes about environmental justice. I'm trying to get to the next slide. Okay, come on, why isn't it moving? Okay, okay, here we go.
You may need to
So we're going to talk. Pardon?
You may need to click
Hello?
on the slide.
Okay, so you see the slide now, we're good?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you, give you a quick overview of the environmental justice, what it is, and why it's important that we understand it. Stop sharing. Summary of the federal executive orders and some tools that you can use to learn more about your communities and environmental justice. So I got to get rid of something. Hold on one second. Hold on. Can't see my screen. It's okay. I have an extra. Okay, so what is environmental justice? So environmental justice is defined by EPA as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people regardless of race, color, national origin, income with respect to development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. Okay, we need to get this to the next, okay. So our administrator, Michael S. Regan, says that it's important because every person in the United States has the right to clean air, clean water, and a healthier life, no matter how much money you have, skin, the color of your skin, your zip code, etc. Okay, so why should identifying environmentally impacted vulnerable communities be important to you? So first, you want to educate yourself and understand and utilize data to quantify and analyze these impacts. Then you want to educate others, research a local environmental justice issue, and educate your community and schools. And then you want to use what you've learned to advocate for others and for your communities. So here's a great illustration of equality, equity, and justice. So as you can see in the first illustration, you see the assumption that everyone benefits from the same supports. And this is called equal treatment or equality. In the next image, you see everyone gets the supports they need. This is the concept of affirmative action, thus producing equity. And then justice, when you remove the systemic barriers, right? Everyone can see the game without supports, accommodations, etc. So this movement, the EJ movement, seeks to meaningfully involve those who are politically disenfranchised and or economically incapable of making significant changes in their neighborhood. It strives to end environmental racism arising from the abuse and neglect of the local environment and seeks to systemically address and redress the disproportionate burden placed on low-income and minority communities. This is a tall order, as you can all imagine. Prior to 1980s, there were loads of protests of local communities protesting environmental or hazardous waste sites being located in their communities, but they didn't have any traction. And I believe it was in about 1987, there were a group of people in North Carolina who, I'm going to go back, who did a protest, and they were the first to really receive national recognition, like the media, everyone was there. And then a church, the church, let's see, what's it called? The Christ, I'm new at this, sorry. So the Christ Church, and I think it was 1987, did a study, and they found after this research that 3 to 5 African American and wait a minute, I want to make sure I have my notes correct. Sorry, it was in 1987. The United Church of Christ studied relationship between the location of hazardous waste sites and race, and they found that that was the #1 or most significant factor in selecting, where you're going to put, your chemical companies and your waste sites. And they found 3 out of 5 African American and Hispanics were living in a community near a toxic waste site. And this work actually paved the way for the movement. This is a slide, and I hope that you all will be able to get a copy of this presentation. It will give you lovely websites to really educate you on the movement of environmental justice and all the executive orders. So the first executive order came out in 90, by 94, I believe it was signed by President Clinton. And then we had 2 executive orders that were signed 7 days apart under the current administration in January of 2021. So next I wanted to talk to you really quickly about the EJ screen. It is a tool, an amazing tool that we have that will help communities. And if you're writing a brownfield grant, I highly recommend that you go to this site and learn all there is to know about EJ screen, because it has the data that you need to, you know, modify your grant applications. So I'm going to get into the screening. So it's an environmental justice mapping and screening tool that gives EPA, can you get my slides? Sorry. Hold on. So sorry. The screen is like, it has half cut off and I don't have a great memory. Sorry about that. So I had to get my hard copy here. But anyway, the EJ screen is it's a environmental justice mapping and screening tool that gives us a national consistent data set. And it's an approach for combining your environmental and demographic indicators. Then we have CJS, which is a climate and economic justice screening. And this is only used to determine compliance with the Justice 40 that provides 40% of all federal funding must be used for the benefit of EJ communities of concern. And then there's the Environmental Atlas tool, which is an interactive web-based tool that decision makers can use to inform policy and planning. So here is a map of Baltimore, the Baltimore area. This is from EJ Screen. So the orange pictures are our brownfield sites. And then you can compare low income percentiles here with our brownfield sites. So as some of you experienced brownfield grantees know, one of the first things we look at is your need, you know, in your community. So you use this screening tool. You see here, you have 80 to 90 percentile, 90 to 95 percentile for low income. And then you have your site there. And then you go further and it will give you indicators, you know, you have lead or hazardous waste sites, et cetera. And YouTube has great videos on it as well. So the results, as I said, can be used for your grant applications. Here again is the website. You should be able to see the videos. And that is all, because it could go on and on if I got really deep into it, which I'm not sure I would be able to today. But I want to thank you all for having me today. And here's my email address and my phone number. Should you have questions, if I don't have the answer, I can definitely find it for you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Appreciate that. And if anybody has any questions for Stephanie, you know, please put that into the chat. I'm sorry, into the question mark area, question pane. We appreciate your time today. And I do have, let's see here. Yeah, this is earlier. Otherwise, we could get started a little early with our keynote today. But thank you so much, Stephanie, for your introduction today and your presentation. And thanks also to Secretary Tablada and Secretary McCord for their introductions today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. So next, we're very happy to have our keynote speaker today. And let's see here. We are very excited to introduce Jerome Shabazz, who will be providing our keynote presentation for today's conference. Jerome is the founder and executive director of the Overbrook Environmental Education Center and Jazz Tech Development Services Incorporated. He's also an active member of the U.S. EPA's National Environmental Justice Advisory Board. He's chairman of the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection's Citizen Advisory Council, a member of the DEP's Environmental Justice Advisory Board, and the City of Philadelphia's Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Jerome is a lifelong Philadelphian and earned his master's degree in environmental protection and public safety from St. Joseph's University. So without further ado, welcome, Jerome.
Welcome. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for that wonderful invitation to this presentation, Jason. We appreciate it. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my colleague, Dr. Jacoby Wilson. I can never be close to Maryland and not do that, as well as Sylvia Masser and John Coleman for providing the technical assistance for this presentation. Again, my name is Jerome Shabazz. I'm with the Overbrook Environmental Education Center here in Philadelphia. I'm privileged to be a part of today's panel and presentation. You know, we've been doing this work for over 20 years, and since our founding, we're fortunate that our mission was very clear, that we were always in the business of promoting environment and climate justice. We use environmental resources to improve public health, establish green-collar career options, and we sponsor training that protects and conserves the built-in natural environments where our constituents live, work, and play. The focus of my talk today is not so much the technical work of Brownfields as much as it is the people work. You know, building knowledge infrastructure and building relationships within communities is a very difficult factor. And now when we're talking more about equity, and we're talking more about civil rights around environmental justice issues, building those relationships and building knowledge infrastructure is more important than ever. So we're going to talk about the use of knowledge co-production and community engagement as a framework for equitable Brownfields development. You know, my objective for this talk today would probably be twofold. You know, one would be to try to elevate the importance of seeking community-driven outcomes, and two, to discuss how my organization, the Overbrook Environmental Education Center, has built a knowledge infrastructure framework that promotes equitable community engagement around our Brownfields planning and development process. So, you know, all of that's a complicated thing, but you know, I like to acknowledge up front that my organization's entry into Brownfields work was rather fortuitous. We began as educators and not planners. You know. However, you know, our community of practice work intuitively led us into this space. So around 2002, our organization embedded in an ecology and environmental science program at Overbrook High School. You know, Overbrook High School is only one of the largest Overbrook high schools in West Philadelphia. And the school is widely known for its famous alumni. You know, basketball great Wilt Chamberlain was an alumni. You know, astronaut Guy Buford was an alumni. And you folks have probably recognized this guy. Will Smith, he's also an alumni of Overbrook High School. And he was actually there 2 weeks ago. So, you know, we have this community that we work in, and we started working with the school as educators with the principal, Yvonne Jones, back in 2002. And we created assignments where students learned to take inventory of their neighborhoods, environmental systems, and were able to rediscover environmental conditions that were hidden in plain sight. You know, I can recall a young lady having an assignment. She said, Mr. Shabazz, until I had to start looking for the trees and the birds and the different types of inventory items that you gave us, I had no reason to look up. No reason to look up. And so this inventory exercise not only helped the students to visualize strategies for the future of their neighborhood, but it also created a basis for engaging their parents around environmental issues as well. You would be amazed as to the questions people have, but were always afraid to ask because they had no one to talk to about it. You know, people were asking questions like, you know, what's green stormwater infrastructure? GSI, I don't know what that means. What's combined sewer overflows? Will tree roots break up my walkways if we add more trees to the neighborhood? And we began to answer those questions and have conversations with community members, and without consciously knowing it, through our training, we were building relationships not only with the Overbrook students, but the community as well. What began as a work with students became a relationship with communities, and it set the foundation for our Brownfields work 20 years later. So one of the first lessons here is that you need to build good community relationships early, seek to understand before you seek to be understood. So our goal is to seek better community understanding. So we started out with this relationship with students. We began to talk to them about the social architecture of their community. You know, how does the air affect you? How does the water? We're talking about Brownfields work when we're trying to create these potentially hazardous conditions in communities, and the neighbors aren't even thinking about it in that way. So we had to drive a great deal of our questions to them so that they would be able to feel comfortable talking about environmental conditions. One of the first things we wanted to do is to look at the history of the neighborhood, see how the history of the neighborhood impacted their lives. People were amazed to find out what the historical infrastructure of that community used to be. And so after about 2 years of teaching STEM at Overbrook High School, we connected with Drexel University School of Health, a wonderful professor, Dr. Lisa Ulmer, who was deeply invested in the epidemiology of the Overbrook community. We partnered and became focused on learning more about the Overbrook community. And through our research, we discovered that the Overbrook neighborhood has a population of about 43,000 people, you know, out of a city of 1.6 million. And its geography is important to the part of our planning and thinking relative to what we're going to do in our Brownfields work. The Overbrook community rates 38 out of 46 in terms of negative health outcomes in Philadelphia neighborhoods. An estimated 45% of the residents have been diagnosed with hypertension. 43 have adult obesity. 18 have diabetes. The overall community interest is that health is a big factor. Derogatory health is a big factor. Even when we look at asthma rates, the asthma rates are 14%. In the cities, generally around 11%. So we started to see all of this epidemiology, all of these indicators around health. And what that did for us is that we started talking about our Brownfields work as if it's an intersectional work. And the intersections for us is the intersection of the environment, health, and community interests. So it's a disproportionate the impact the community around poverty. You know, Overbrook is also a low-income community, high poverty. Poverty, the median income in Overbrook is about $37,000. In the city is about 43. But on top of all of that, city of Philadelphia is one of the largest, poorest cities in the United States. So the idea here is that we need to understand what's driving the interests of our citizens if we want them to co-produce with us a byproduct that would help to make an authentic and sustainable Brownfields development. We discovered further through our research that Overbrook was a vibrant community at some point. You know, it wasn't always a community with all of these derogatory infrastructures. And in the 1940s, the Overbrook neighborhood in West Philadelphia was a bustling industrial and residential community situated close to the Pennsylvania Railroad's main line trains. And if you're from the area, people call it the main line for that purpose. You know, the neighborhood appealed to middle-class folks who wanted easy access to the center of the city, where most of the business and cultural activity was taking place, but didn't want to live there. So Lancaster Avenue, where Overbrook High School is located, and our Brownfield site, is located on a commercial corridor running through the neighborhood. This is one of the few commercial corridors in the city of Philadelphia. City of Philadelphia have about, 165 state highways, and the Route 30, or the Lincoln Highway, is one of those highways. The interesting part about the Lincoln Highway is it's one of the first in the country to run from east to west, from New York to San Francisco, passing through Philly. So the transportation options made Overbrook an ideal place to be. But what's interestingly, what started to happen was this sort of diversity that was developing in the community over time, where the neighborhood became more racially diverse, and African-American families settled in West Philadelphia. And through the Great Migration from the South around, the 1916s, 1970s, you started to see more diverse and more people of color moving into this community. So Overbrook is now like this mixed-use zone community where residents and homes coexist with aging infrastructure. And that's an important part of this narrative, that people are coexisting around aging infrastructure. And in the 70s, things started to change as the economy and downturn of the economy started to take hold. The manufacturing plants that were on Lancaster Avenue, this commercial corridor, began to go out of business, to move to suburbs. And as a result, the African-American who were unable to move were impacted by other environmental conditions, such as redlining. And so we have these policies that affected these communities, which disinvested resources and caused a great deal of discriminatory housing and employment practices, and it created greater burden for the neighborhood at hand. And so it's important to understand these things when we're talking to communities, when we're seeking to co-produce with them outcomes that would represent a solid basis for development around Brownfields within communities. So again, we started out as educators, but we knew that the EPA Brownfields and Land Revitalization Program, since its inception in 1995, had grown into a proven, results-oriented program, and that it changed the way communities addressed and managed contaminated property, and we knew this was a program for us. And in March 2018, Congress passed the Build Act, and it amended the Brownfields provisions of CERCLA, and we said, hey, now as a nonprofit organization, we have access now to assessment, revolving loan funds, and we knew we could get into this work. So it hadn't been long since nonprofits like ours had the ability to directly engage in the process, but we approached our Brownfields work through this route of being able to be an influencer from the ground up. After our research, we decided to demonstrate the restorative practices look like. And we started to see that there were some other issues that were pretty interesting. The maps of where the red lining lied within our communities actually lined up very nicely with other vulnerabilities within communities, such as our heat island maps, such as where there's great exposure to lead, where there's elevated lead levels in children, where we have the highest rates of asthma. We started to see where there was divestiture, there was other issues that impacted the community around health. So we started to engage the community to have conversations. What's important to you? What matters to you? How can we be of assistance in your efforts to have a more viable, sustainable community? And so we had community engagement. We involved ourselves in the community. And so people talked about the divestiture and the deterioration of the older properties on Lancaster Avenue, and how yet that they have not recovered, even in the 80s, from the era of the 40s, where the businesses started to decompose and started to migrate to other areas. So we were inspired. We were inspired by some of those Overbrook High students to get involved. And we started asking questions. What are the issues? Why should you care? What can you do about it? And when you have this kind of thinking, you have to think of it as intersectional. And when you're an organization like ours, where you want justice, inclusion, health, and environment to be a part of all of those considerations, then you need to be able to bring into that conversation multiple levels of expertise so that we can determine what's a priority for the community, because there's two things that communities actually control. Even if they don't have wealth, they control their priorities and they control their intentions. So we wanted them to be very intentional in their effort to buy into this process of a restorative neighborhood and restorative community, and to help them to realize that justice does not have to be excluded from inclusion, environmental restoration, and improved health. We wanted them to see that the intersectionality of all of these values are real, it's within their reach, and is something that we would like for them to co-produce as a basis for what the outcomes should look like for any development in their community, in particular Brownfields developments. As part of that discussion, it was important for us to talk about the impacts of health on environmental health. How air pollution may exacerbate your asthma. We already knew through our epidemiology work that we had some of the highest asthma rates in the community. So if you talk to a neighbor and you start bringing up issues like combined sewer overflows, and we're going to be helping in flooding, and we might be removing some lead, we may be removing VOCs out of your neighborhood, they may look at you as if you have three heads. But if you start asking them, how many of you in this room have problems with asthma? How many of you have problems with hypertension? How many of you have problems with diabetes? All of the hands will go up. Because now you've connected the impacts of the environment to their health, something that is a priority to them, something that ties to their dignity. And therefore, you start to learn how to move forward with your process of genuine community engagement. I know Stephanie Branch talked a little bit about the EPA's standard for environmental justice, the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origins, and you can read the rest. But this does not mean anything to a community who's not seeing that, who's not experiencing that, who's looking at this. That idea of freedom does not resonate with them. The idea of freedom does not apply to their circumstances. So it's important to us to make certain that we take and reinterpret how we can get from the potential of what those statements are to the reality of it. You know, it's interesting, the site that we've acquired for our Brownfields development on Lancaster Avenue, 61 to 6100 block of Lancaster, you know, students at Overbrook used to go by and say, Mr. Shabazz, you know, we walk by this every day. You talk about this whole lofty idea of justice around environment. Where's our justice? And one of the responses that I had to this young lady was, if you take yourself seriously, and you're never too young to take yourself seriously, we'll be here to help you. And that was 20 years ago. And so the bigger point is that this blight is more than trash. It has psycho-emotional impacts. It has physiological impacts. And when you're talking to community, the community is more in tune with that than they are about the science or what it takes, or even the economics of what it takes to do the remediation work. And so our particular site is in a mixed-use community. And you can see that it's circumambulated by residents. And that's really the big issue in all this. This, you know, it's about 61 residential properties where approximately 183 people had to coexist with this degradation, blight, decay for over 50 years. So imagine the child who smelled, breathed, witnessed this blight. how did these conditions shape their perspective on life and community? Think of the life cycle of a person, a young person who grew up with their whole sense of what's normal and acceptable, like trash, noise, dust, discarded waste in their backyard. This is a fence line community where only the fence divides neighbors from the hazard, and their worldview is one that coexists with, but not manages, the pollution and waste that they coexist with. So this is like a 2-parcel site that we're cleaning up in the 6100 block of Lancaster. You know, one parcel was acre with frontage that fronted Lancaster Avenue in a mixed-use neighborhood. You know, the lot is rectangular and it consists of a vacant building and fenced-in yard. Wooded area exists in the southwest fence of the yard. You know, it was once an A&P supermarket and a building supply company. They had gravel and brick and oil tanks and cars and debris, all kinds of conditions. But what we were able to use as sort of our co-production of management around how people could rethink it is that not only would we work with Overbrook High, but we work with Overbrook Elementary School as well. Overbrook Elementary is even closer than Overbrook High School. And we were able to work with some of our partners to create collaborative partnerships. One group that was absolutely phenomenal, and I love shouting them out every time I get a chance, is a Community Design Collaborative. And when we connected with them, and I don't know if they're all over the country, but I believe that they're mostly regional as I know them. And they were a division of the American Institute of Architecture. And we were able to have architectural students and architectural practitioners embed themselves in schools, and the students from around the community were able to simulate roles of being designers and being architects, and to give us ideas of what they think we could do to have a better and more vibrant community. So they were part of the production process. But here's what's beautiful about that. You get the kid, now you're talking to the parent as well. So these were wonderful opportunities for the students to simulate the role of being surveyors and architects and environmentalists. And the interesting thing is some of them are grown now and we have a chance to talk with those students. But then we talked about the learning tools, and they wanted to see, you know, natural systems. They were familiar with biophilia without even understanding what that represented. They knew that nature had this ability to restore how they felt. They wanted to see microhabitats, birds. They wanted to see water systems. So all of the best practices that we think of in a modern day Brownfields to Greenfields experience is a beautiful thing when it's truly derived from the ideas of the people who live in that community. And so these young people, in their little wisdom, were able to come up with these conceptual plans around microhabitats and urban gardens and the create woodlands where we can grow plants and birds and create streetscapes, create biodiversity. And that was the pathwork and the framework for how we developed our Brownfields initiatives. They wanted agriculture, but this site used to be a former quarry, so it was a concave shape. So we had to build one of the first elevated greenhouses in the city of Philadelphia's history. And we made that transformation through our infrastructural development work. Now we have bioretention basins on site where we collect 75% of our stormwater. And all this area where we used to have this derogatory space with derogatory activity now is showing signs of life, urban agriculture. We know that there is an outcome that we're looking for in all of this work. But we have to be able to do this work in tandem with our community. So it's very important for us to see benefit and to show benefit. That's of the interest in the community. Again, we said that this was a community that was struggling with employment. So we used the site and our site development to spurn career technical education. We wanted to use our site so the students could come along with the process. They could see in areas that were safe and viable what safety looked like. what growing food looked like, what stormwater management looked like. We created a bioretention. We have 5 systems that allows us to collect different stormwater systems, BMPs that allows us to collect stormwater differently. So we added a swell, and we put in flow through pavers, and we put in flow through asphalt, and we have a green roof, and the students learn how to manage and do the maintenance on the above grade stormwater management system. So we create opportunities where people themselves are rooting for the success of that Brownfield initiative. We do community science, the green stormwater infrastructure training, even restorative art. You know, we have arguably one of the largest selections of mosaics of any other facility on Lancaster Avenue. And a great deal of it started through a waste diversion program. And this waste diversion program was students bringing in non-biodegradables like glass and plates and mirrors and things that was going to go into the waste stream and would have contributed more to pollution and go into our landfills and probably wouldn't biodegrade for over 50 to 70 years. But what we were able to do was to take those materials and upcycle those materials and turn them into art. Again, I can remember a young lady who had a father, she broke his coffee cup. He was angry with it for that until he saw it as an art installation. So restorative design is one of our exciting factors. Usually these Brownsfield sites are usually gray and colorless. We wanted to bring color to the community. The reality of it is that, you know, it really integrated a bigger question for us. Exactly who is the client? Is it just the people? Is it just the facility? Is it just the environment? Or is it all of the above? And when we tried to elevate our interest around who is the client to a higher level, we wanted to give the buildings voice. We wanted to strip it of all of its derogatory conditions. We wanted to strip it from all of its I won't call it dehumanizing. It's sort of you know, mitigating factors that make you not respect it. To give it color, to wash it up, to clean it up, and we were able to do that, and the community resonated with that overwhelmingly. Now we bring in art. Now we bring in these collaborative partnerships in the same space that once used to create burdens for communities, once had hundreds and hundreds of decaying cars and debris. But we create now this sort of third place beyond home and school where people just want to go, not a place that people just have to tolerate. Essentially, when we do our Brownfields projects properly, we create a new normal, a new expectation for what we can expect from our communities. We involved in community engagement. We had charrettes. And one of the more important charrettes that we've had was recently, where we wanted community to engage in the second part of a cleanup project, Brownfield's cleanup project. What do you want to see this community look like? And all of that was built around a social architecture for resilient and sustainable communities. And so we don't make the mistake that there is no success without success of the community and their engagement in this process. They have to be included. They have to be equitably regarded. That we don't just look at this work from its derogatory perspective, we look at it from a perspective of prosperity. It has to be a latchpin for creating new jobs, new innovation, more work, more prosperity in their community. There has to be a basis of trust and justice. And we look at these as the pillars for the social architecture for resilient and sustainable communities. And as a result, most recently, we were able to conceptualize a space that we fortunately have EPA technical assistance with now, and EPA resources and other private resources. And we're on the path to take the same site that was burdened and that was derogatory and that was unhealthy, and to convert it into this wonderful master plan that was co-developed with community and community members, and it enabled people for years to come to have dignity and to have better health and to be prosperous, but more importantly, to know that it was a process that they were a co-producer of. And so that's our story. The idea of what we're talking about today is that there is a human infrastructure that has to be very intentional. There is a responsibility that has to be intentional on our part relative to the work of engaging communities, and I'm privileged and pleased to be able to share our story and share some of our methodology of how we work at the Overbrook Environmental Education Center here in Philadelphia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very big thank you to our keynote speaker, Jerome Shabazz, for your excellent and informative presentation. We have some time for questions and answers with Jerome. I have an initial question, Jerome. Just looking back at the start of all of your work, looking back, do you see particular methods that you used for engaging the community that were most effective?
Yes, well, I think one of our big methods was that students in particular learn by doing. And it's equally important that adults learn by doing. We found that different people learn differently. And so there's some that are kinesthetic, they like to feel and touch. There's some that are visual, there's some that's auditory. The bigger goal for us was to learn through the engagement side, the kinesthetic side. So we started like small projects, like neighborhood cleanup. We were sponsors of neighborhood cleanups and sweeping of blocks and streets that are adjacent. We also found that there is a great value in communicating with the neighbors before we started the project. That's always important. It's that, you know, if you start the project and then you try to create relationships, it seems a little self-serving. But if you created relationships before the project, it was very helpful. So in our case, we got out the gate early in terms of engaging community before we started the project. So there was some familiarity. And two, we created wonderful projects within the community that enabled us to envision what it could look like with expanded resources, expanded planning, expanded help.
Thank you. And did everything, all of your work start initially from the STEM work at the Overbrook School, or was that how did things morph or change from the STEM work initially at the school to your work with the community?
Yeah, that's a great question. At the time, I was in the engineering division of the city of Philadelphia's water department before I even was working full-time with my nonprofit. And students, I was actually asked to visit the school to talk about water systems. And so we discovered that students were not going outside of the classroom. So they never left the classroom, although they were talking about environment. And I said, that's just not helpful. You need to get outside and start to take inventory. So I gave all of them these little loose leaf books. And I said, look, I want you to take inventory of your neighborhood. Don't judge it, just observe it. And identify how many birds you see and how many different types of trees. And you might not know their scientific names, but just try to describe them. And you know, tell us how many different animals that you see moving around and art. So it was about 5 different categories. And through this observation, there was a common theme all throughout everyone's responsiveness. And that was that there was a lot of trash and that there was a lot of decay. And so we started out the first year just doing this extemporaneous work. The second year, I decided, well, if I'm going to stick with this, I need to write a curriculum. And then the DEP, the state, helped to fund it. NOAA and some other groups funded this curriculum. And the curriculum was called the Overbrook Environmental Education Center. That's sort of how we got our name. That it became this sort of external place where students can learn by doing, engage in a community around life sciences and environment. And in the third year, using the curriculum, the grades in each consecutive year, students' grades were going up. And so it became a sort of exciting thing because, you know, STEM wasn't that a big a deal in that particular cohort of students. And to see something that would stimulate, improve academic performance was exciting for participants on the administrative side of things. But ultimately, through this observation, we had this sort of student-driven request and teacher-driven request that we do more of this work. And at the time, it wasn't, project-based learning wasn't as robust as it is today, but all we were doing was project-based learning. So it was creating wonderful projects that enable us to deconstruct what was going on in communities and give students an opportunity to have personal relationship with remediating it. And so there was a request from us after the third year, can you help us do something big? Something that would be permanent, something that would be neighborhood-based, something that would be demonstrative in a way that we can go back to this as a basis for learning for years to come. And that's sort of the impetus for how we got into the work of revitalizing this contaminated 2-acre site on Lancaster Avenue.
Thanks so much. I have a question from Latifa Ziad. She asks, what was your greatest challenge for community development, and how were you able to train the community to have sustainable jobs?
It's difficult. It's very difficult. Again, you know, we talk about learning the history of communities. You need to know what people have experienced. People remember how they feel. They don't remember necessarily the details of it. And so when people are distrustful and they feel hurt, they feel taken advantage of, oftentimes they don't understand what the nature of that was, but they know how it made them feel. And so we had to address all of that. We had to address all of the issues historically and try to build trust by working with community, and we're still working at it. It's not a done deal. We're still working at building trust, but I think the more we can demonstrate value, and we've gotten into other things beyond the Brownfields work. We've helped to revitalize homes. I mean, we're a nonprofit that's pretty relevant to the community. So we've done a great deal of things. We've educated probably about 45,000 students since then. You know, we had 1,200 interns. We work with a host of universities. What they have had a chance to see is that we've earned our right. We've earned our right to be a part of the community. And that's something I think that's really important, is that you have to earn the right to be a part of the community. It's not a monolith, and it's not autocratic in the sense of you know, they can trust you, so therefore you get a pass. Anyone who's in any good relationship know that you have to keep working at it, and we just continue to work at it, and we continue to ask people's advice to find out how we're doing, how are we doing, and they tell us.
Thank you. Our next question related, this was from Marita Ruse. What types of jobs training do you offer or hope to offer?
Yeah, so we do a lot of work now with litter reduction. We've actually created a program called Philly Green Ambassadors, where we have commercial corridors in the city of Philadelphia. We train workers to do litter reduction. And what we find with the litter reduction work is that it helps to keep debris out of our stormwater systems, the catch basins for our stormwater, because the cost becomes exponential when it goes below grade. And so we've taken these workers and expanded their environmental literacy, where they're not only just picking up trash, they don't see themselves as just picking up trash, they're frontline workers. We're also training them now to take care of trees, to do some mild stormwater GSI, above grade maintenance. They also know how to have an eye out for weed control and integrated pest management. So all of those different skill sets are being taught currently. This is not something we're doing aspirational, but we also teach RRP training. We have, some areas in Philadelphia have high elevated lead levels for children, and some of these workers are now doing a great deal more to educate community around the vectors for exposure to lead. So we have workshops, and we have our students a part of the workshops, and there's paid people a part of these workshops, where we're actually doing soil testing. We call them soil kitchens, where neighbors can bring in soil and find out what the levels of lead. We actually did a soil kitchen event 3 weeks ago, and a lady came in and she had 1,000 parts per million in her backyard and have children out there. So it's a beautiful thing where people can get the resource needed to have a healthier, more viable life. And those are some of these small skills work that we do to help community folks to see themselves working in the environmental systems. And we also, City of Philadelphia has 40,000 vacant lots, and we have crews that help to maintain those lots. We know that there is a psycho-emotional impact when you clean up short dumping and clean up lots, put fencing and mow them down and have them look like mini parks as opposed to dumping grounds. And so, around maintenance, environmental systems, environmental health, we have about 5 or 6 different programs that we provide.
Thank you, Jerome. And even though we do have a short break now, but we do have additional questions as well. Our first session doesn't begin for 15 minutes, but Jerome, if you're willing to stay on, we still have some additional questions from folks. Would that be okay?
Sure, I'll take them on.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the next question is from Kimberly Armstrong, and she asked, who helped you with any fundraising and grants work? Because what she finds in Baltimore is that some nonprofits have a monopoly in that area. Yeah,
so that's always going to be the case. We still think of ourselves as I don't know, the underdog is probably too strong, but I hate to use the analogies of like battle and war, but sometimes you have to deconstruct the battle, and use the opponent's advantage against them and use your advantages to your advantage. If you're small and nimble, start doing things that small and nimble people do well. And if you're big and cumbersome, then then maybe that's not something you want to do. And there are things that people didn't want to do that we were able to do a little more seamless because of the size of our organization. So I think quite frankly, one of the best things that we've ever done was created good partnerships and continue to educate ourselves. I'm gonna tell you why I talked about it in twofold fashion. The partnerships give you capacity, or it shows you what your capacity could look like. And you're doing it with somebody else's support. So you're not going to free fall if it doesn't work for you. But at the same time, if you're learning what equitable systems look like, you'll understand to what point you reach a sense of diminishing return in that experience, when you can break off from that partnership and do it on your own. And I think that's important around equity and diversity and inclusion. You have to know when you're being used, and you have to know when you're being placed in a predicament that gives you leverage and helps your capacity. So I recommend to all smaller groups to try to find a way to partner. And if the value is to learn through the partnership, then maybe the indirect benefit or the cost benefit may not be the driver in all of it. Because in the beginning, people didn't want to compensate us for anything. And so we had to change that paradigm. We had said, no, it's not fair. Particularly when we work with our university partners, their indirect costs, a lot of times it's anywhere between 39 to 51%. So they take half the money off the project before the project gets started. And you, with your diminutive indirect costs, you have nothing to operate with. And so you have to keep working through all of those processes, keep talking about it, let your partners know, let people know that these things are not fair and equitable, and that you need to be compensated for your work. That's how we got started, and that's how we continue to operate. We have those conversations. We have to have mature conversations with people around what's equitable, what's fair, and what's sustainable.
Thank you, Jerome. I guess building off of that, this is a comment and a question from Angela Lugo Thomas. First, the entire presentation was very inspirational, and I look forward to seeing it in person one day. Most projects like this are expensive, and many community organizations do not have the type of financing required to successfully fund it. Was the financial or in-kind assistance you received because you formed a nonprofit, or did you use a fiduciary? How were you able to engage with the EPA? And she would definitely like to have a further conversation about the project.
Yeah, so it was difficult. Well, in the beginning, you got to remember when we first started 20 years ago, nonprofits couldn't directly apply. And so we had to work through some other for-profit companies who were able to apply on our behalf, development companies who were able to apply on our behalf for different resources. I think there were three things that helped us on our fiscal side. One was having that relationship with those architects in the beginning, that community design collaborative. That was invaluable because we were able to sort of deconstruct the project. You know, there were some regulatory things that we had to do that were sort of fixed and standard, but then the approach on the redevelopment side was broken down into phases. And I always recommend today is to sort of break your projects down into phases so that you can see it as a leveraging stepping stone. Because you may find that there's a funder that will handle that one particular thing, that one particular aspect of your work if it's properly defined relative to everything else that has to be done. I'll give you an example. You know, there are funds out there that just fund trees. There are funds out there that does, you know, stormwater management. There are funds out there to do a host of things that may or may not necessarily connect with, all of the work that you were doing, but it handles a part of what you're doing. And so that's the piece of it that I learn how to deconstruct your project and to learn how to understand the nature of funding systems discongruent from the total project. So you might be able to find the Department of Agriculture give you some money to build some greenhouses or some high tunnels. You may find that there's some stormwater management. You got to remember now that we're talking about the administration's executive orders and Justice 40 and all these other initiatives, that you have to have strong inclusion around you know, communities of color and communities that are disadvantaged and communities that need these kinds of supports. So you might find that there's a whole host of agencies, Department of Energy, you might want to look at some renewable energy systems. Deconstruct your project, find ways to enable all of this to come together sequentially.
Thank you, Jerome. And also I have more from Carol Green. She notes that this is inspiring, and she asks, is the process that you followed for community engagement and brownfields development something that can be, you know, quote unquote, franchised for use elsewhere?
I don't. You have to give me a second part to that question. Is it exportable? Can we use it?
Yeah.
Can we? Yes. So we have hundreds. We've have hundreds of organizations that sit down with us, that want to meet with us and talk to us about how they can add elements of their redevelopment into their program. We were very intentional. We developed our own design principles that we shared with our architects and designers. But most importantly, because we're educators, our facility itself became an educational facility. So when we put in our stormwater management, we set it up in such a way where we could teach stormwater management. We could talk about combined sewer overflows. We could talk about flooding and use our facility as an external classroom. When we talk about food inequity, we have urban agriculture, we knew we wanted to use our systems as an educational tool. And so those are exportable values. I think if you're talking about poor and underprivileged communities anywhere in the country, they're going to sort of have similar demographics, and there's going to be similar problems. And I think those solutions are all exportable. So yes, I think if you can do that, it creates a great deal of value to the work that you're doing.
Okay, well, thank you again, Jerome. I wish we had more time. We did have some more questions, but you'll get them afterwards at the end of today for your consideration. We really appreciate your extra time in answering those questions, and in addition to your other questions that you answered. And thank you so much. And I think what I'm going to do now is review some housekeeping issues before our next session begins in 5 minutes. So bear with me as I go to my slides here, and for housekeeping purposes. So thank you so much, Jerome.
And James, thank you very much, and really appreciate being here today. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, so thank you, everybody. I just wanted to note first that all the attendees are automatically in listen-only mode unless unmuted by the conference administrator. As we talked about for the earlier presentations, please enter any questions that you have. There is a separate question function in your control panel, and we'll field questions to the presenters during the Q&A segment at the end of each session. We'll have additional breaks after each session to build in time for you to address any outside needs. And presentation materials, all of them will be posted on our webpage after the conference. And I can place that in the chat. And we also encourage you to visit our Maryland Brownfield Redevelopment Assistance Program webpage to get additional brownfield assistance information and to connect to our state, federal, and non-governmental partners. You can also learn about planning initiatives, planning tools, and educational opportunities in Maryland by visiting the Maryland Department of Planning's website at planning.maryland.gov. The views expressed by speakers in this webinar are those of the speakers and not necessarily of the Maryland Department of Planning or the state of Maryland. Wanted to note for folks who are AICP, CM credits are available through the American Planning Association for each of today's 3 sessions. Post-assessment funding sources in the know is number 926-0312. The session number 2, Brownfields to Greenfields and Ballfields, is number 926-0319. And session number 3, How Environmental Justice and Equity Grow Green Community Refuges, is number 926-0332. Each session provides 1 CM credit, and our 3rd session today qualifies as a CM equity credit. To log your IACP credits, you'll need to visit the American Planning Association's website at planning.org, log into your account, and search using the session name or CM number. And I think I noted earlier in the chat, please note that the biographies for our presenters are available in the handouts pane within your GoToWebinar panel. Just click on the little arrow to expand that pane, and you'll see the handouts, the biographies for our presenters. Okay, so to get started, our first session today is post-assessment funding sources in the know. And our presenters are Patricia M. Corbett with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Region 3, and Andrew Mangle of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. The session will discuss post-assessment funding opportunities and how those can be leveraged for recreational reuse projects from brownfields. So let's see who we'll start with today. I think we're going to, Tish, I think you're here. So let's start with Patricia Corbett. Welcome. Okay, so I think we're going to start with Andrew. Mengel from the Department of Natural Resources. Take it away, Andrew.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I feel Mr. Chabaz's presentation is a really great segue into this section, just because we saw some really great and inspiring projects, sort of how these sites can be redeveloped to benefit local communities. And at the same time, we sort of saw some questions about how to find funding for those types of projects. So I'm happy to be here with you all today to share the funding opportunities for parks and brownfield redevelopment that are available through the LWCF program. So first, I'd like to provide some background and a bit of history of the program. Congress in the late 50s established an outdoor recreation task force to review the availability of outdoor recreation throughout the country. And the commission, after their review, released a report that called for the establishment of a national recreation program, with one of the major things they asked Congress for being a recreation program providing grants to states and local jurisdictions. So in 1965, the Land and Water Conservation Fund Act established that program to provide 50-50 matching grants to state and local governments for the purpose of acquiring, developing, and redeveloping public outdoor recreational areas. The program is administered nationally by the National Park Service, with the supporting revenues for the program being generated from offshore oil and gas leases. The program was originally authorized at up to $900 million per year, with Congress and the administration determining how money is allocated within the program and how much goes towards state and local assistance. The program itself, the selection of projects and post-completion compliance is managed by the state. And as a state, we're required to produce what is known as a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan every 5 years to certify our participation in the program. And Maryland's Land Preservation Recreation Plan serves that purpose. The goals and recreation priorities that are outlined in that plan determine the criteria of how we select projects for funding within the program during our competitive grant rounds. And the way Maryland runs our program is through an open and competitive selection process. So once a year, we open the opportunity for eligible applicants to submit projects, and then projects are selected for funding based on a number of criteria, including the priorities that are established in that plan. And then once projects are selected for funding by DNR, we work with the project applicants to complete the federal application materials that are required to submit to NPS for their approval. I'd also like to mention the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program, which is another form of state and local assistance within the LWCF program that's administered directly by the National Park Service. And those projects that are submitted for that program compete nationally for selection. And it was established primarily to provide recreation opportunities specifically for economically disadvantaged communities in densely populated underserved areas. So any projects that DNR receives as part of our yearly LWCF competitive grant round that we believe are eligible and competitive, we would submit to National Park Service for this alternative funding source as well. So the level of funding for the program has varied over the years based on the level of funding set by Congress and how much of that funding is allocated towards state and local grant assistance. In 2020, the Great American Outdoors Act was passed, which permanently reauthorized and fully funded the program. Since that was signed into law, we've seen really historically increased funding coming to us as a state. And you can see the difference here in our yearly allocations over the last 2 decades, where in the late 2000s, early 2010s, we were receiving as little as $500,000 per year. In our most recent FY22 allocation, we received $5.2 million. So there's a lot of opportunity here that didn't necessarily exist previously for competitive projects to receive funding, both through our state allocation and through the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program that I previously mentioned. So this program requires a minimum 1-to-1 match of funding and can cover a maximum of 50% of the cost of any given project. Any areas or parks that have received funding are required to be kept in public outdoor recreation use for perpetuity, and the project has to be maintained to remain attractive and inviting to the public. And every 5 years, the property will be inspected by DNR to make sure the requirements of the program are being met and the property is being kept in use for public recreation. And this is a reimbursement program, so all expenses are initially incurred by the project sponsor. Once work is verified as having been completed, the awarded funds will be dispersed to the sponsor. So eligible applicants include counties, municipalities, any federally recognized Native American tribes, regional park authorities, and other state agencies. Private individuals and nonprofit organizations are not eligible to receive funding. Eligible projects include acquisition, development, and rehabilitation projects, or any project that's a combination of any of those elements. So most state and local funding sources can be used to match LWCF funds. Other federal funding sources can also be used as match if the empowering legislation for that program states that it can be used for match for LWCF. Some of the examples of those federal funding sources that can be used as match are the REPI program, Community Development Block Grants, and the DOT Recreational Trails Program. State funding sources can be used as match, although several state funding sources do have additional matching requirements when federal funds become involved in a project. So that's something to consider when combining multiple funding sources. Local and private funding can also be used as match, and the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program really encourages the use of private fundraising to be used as match for projects. And generally, projects which incorporate private funding will be more competitive in those grant opportunities. And any donated land value can be used as match. And the match amount for any donated land is determined by a fair market value of a property as determined by a Yellow Book appraisal. So as I mentioned, this selection and scoring process is based on Maryland's approved open project selection process, which is available on DNR's webpage. Projects that support recreational amenities that were identified in our land preservation recreation plan are going to be the most competitive, along with projects that support the goals of the 2019 LPRP. And those goals that we established in 2019 include strengthening coordination between government stakeholders, promoting the benefits of recreation and conservation, increasing equitable access to open spaces and waterfronts, improving existing amenities, and developing an informed stewardship culture. So the LWCF program has now funded over 400 projects throughout the state, both in parks administered by local jurisdictions as well as state parks, forests, and wildlife management areas. And if you look at the map here, you can see where many of these projects have been implemented. And it's very likely that there's a park that was funded with LWCF in your community. So we've just concluded our project application period for federal FY22 grant rounds. And the FY23 grant round will be posted next year when our funding is allocated, which will likely be around June. So with that, I'll hand it back to Jason, and there'll be a Q&A session at the end of this session, which I'll be available for if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andrew. And next, we'll have our presentation from Tish Corbett. And so let me go ahead and give this to you, Tish.
Okay, I'm just trying to unmute myself here. And I'm sorry for not being there when I was scheduled to be. My computer decided to shut down on me. So anyway, but thank you again, Jason and Sylvia, for inviting me back for a second time. You're on your second Brownfields conference. And I think I met Sylvia maybe 6 years ago down in Easton. We had what we called the Brownfields 101. And it was at the Eastern Shore Land Conservancy, which they had received EPA funding. And so we met then, and very happy that Maryland Department of Planning has jumped on the Brownfields bandwagon, so to speak. And they've been very enthusiastic and a great partner. We've been working with Maryland Department of the Environment for a lot of years, but we're very happy to be working with, I don't know what happened to my, with Maryland Department of the Planning, Maryland Department of Planning. So anyway, I'm Tish Corbett, and I am the, oh my goodness, this keeps changing on me. Hopefully I won't have a problem with my PowerPoint. But anyway, I'm the Maryland State Coordinator. I'm also the Brownfields team leader here in Region 3. And I've been in Brownfields program.
No cameras while presenting. Please share your screen.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. So anyway, I've been in the Brownfields program for, I think it was the fall of 2004. So I've been not the same as when it started, but I've been here for quite a while. And so I want to just give you some background on our grants and the bipartisan infrastructure law, or we just say BIL. We've gotten so many more funds we can also share with all the communities in Maryland. Okay. Maryland MDP actually has a grant with us. And okay, so one of the things that's really neat about a brownfield, which, as it says, it doesn't have to be brown. It can be, look any different ways. But the really neat part of the definition, as you can see there, it's a property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence or potential presence. That's the really neat thing about this law of a hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. Because sometimes we've had instances where a building looks like really, bad on the inside, or it's viewed as an eyesore, and everybody thinks it's polluted. And sometimes it's just asbestos on the inside. Not that that's just asbestos, but a prospective developer will know how much it will cost them to clean up that, and they're not going to take a risk of buying a property and redeveloping it if they don't know the cost of the cleanup. And a bank's not going to loan the developer money to do that type of work. So it's really good. And that's the potential presence. You don't have to prove to us, if you get an EPA grant, that there is a hazardous pollutant there. It's just kind of perception sometimes is what how we classify brownfields. Okay. Now these are the different grants we have, and the first one is assessment, cleanup, and multi-purpose grants. And the multi-purpose are a combination of assessment and cleanup. You can do that. That's why it's called multi-purpose grants. We have a revolving loan fund, and we have supplemental for that fund, and that's the case, the grantee is able to loan money out to different organizations to do cleanup. We have job training grants, which Civic Works in Baltimore has gotten 9 grants from us, and they are just fantastic in what they do in terms of job training. It's a really worthwhile program. We have what we call targeted brownfields assessments, and these are a wonderful program where you don't have to apply for a grant. An EPA comes and actually does an assessment for you, so it doesn't cost anything. We have technical assistance grants and interagency agreement, and we have direct technical assistance to communities. And there's the website there. Okay, right now for assessments, the current period of performance is 5 years. It used to be, this is for states. Maryland Department of Environment gets funding from us to run their program and do different things for the Brownfields program. We have these assessment coalition grants, and community-wide, they're good for 4 years now. They used to be 3 years. Cleanup grants are 4 years. Multi-purpose is 5 years. Revolving loan fund 5 years, and job training 5 years. And who is eligible? You can see it's government, quasi-government, regional councils, states, tribes, nonprofits. Nonprofits were excluded from one of the grant types, and now they're open to all of them. So assessment, these are all some of the activities you can do under assessment grant, and to assess the property. You can actually, soil sample or sample inside the building and those types of things. And cleanup planning is something you can do with assessment grants. And this is all the different types of planning activities you can do, which, like, towards the end, you see site revisioning, site reuse revisioning, revitalization plan, and this resource roadmap is really interesting. The resource roadmap, that section will show all the different federal agencies you can go to and state agencies to obtain further support funding. Like, I was a project officer in Carlisle, PA, and they got $400,000 from us, and they've already been able to leverage it to like 37 million. This resource roadmap laid out where they could apply, so they applied to the US DOT, and they got a $5 million Tiger grant. That was just one part of the leveraging. So that's a really good planning activity. Now here's an example, since we're the focus here is on a walk in the park in Aspinwall, outside of Pittsburgh. They did a riverfront park, and so the phase 1 and phase 2, and the phase 2 is actual sampling part, costs a little over $45,000, and they had a group of friends of the riverfront, and this was a water treatment plant and power plant, and as you can see, it's along the river. But it took 4 years of fundraising efforts and planning to get all this. So they've got a gardens, wetland, boardwalk, amphitheater. So lots of time, what EPA will do in these grants, we kind of give you the money to get started, but some of these projects take a while to get into fruition. Another example is a river walk in Clearfield, PA. And this was at a gas station. And the first picture is, gas tanks that were excavated. And that can be done under assessment grant because sometimes we need, sampling has to be done under the underground storage tanks. In this case, no significant soil or groundwater contamination was detected. So now, among other things, they have a 1-mile river walk and park, kayaking, canoe launch, and along with they had other development with this too, businesses and whatnot. But they created a very nice river walk there. Now this is on to our cleanup grants, and that's where you actually do, if the assessment grant shows you that there's some pollution there, this is where you can actually, remove that pollution. Now this grant is a little different than assessment. Assessment grants, you can, you don't have to own the property. You have to get the property owner's agreement that you can come in and sample. But for cleanup grants, you need to own the property. So that's a little difference. And as I said, the multi-purpose grants, you can do assessment, remediation / cleanup, and everything else that we've listed so far. So here's another site, and this is in West Virginia. There's a former glass plant, and they had a number of pollutants there. This is the outside of it. There's an inside picture too that was something else. And then they had community groups, one of them being the Morgantown area paddlers. And they involved everybody to do the final fundraising for the boat launch. And so they have a kayak launch there. And again, there's also green space around it too. This is our revolving loan fund, and this is, as it, the name says, it provides loans and subgrants. So it's sometimes after post cleanup, and you can do direct cleanup or assessment activities. So this works out really well. The Maryland Department of Planning has had a revolving loan fund from us, and they loan money out to communities, nonprofits to actually get the property cleaned up. Now this is this wonderful job training program we have, and like I said, Civic Works in Baltimore, they've got 9 job training grants from us, and they focus on underserved or unemployable, formerly unemployable residents and from the area. And so then what they prepare them to get jobs rehabbing properties in where they live actually. So it's just a fantastic, they get all these certifications like from OSHA, from us, and it's a wonder. They also employ or have students from returning from jail, all that type of thing, but it's just a wonderful program. Some ask why Department of Labor isn't doing this. We hope they never find out about it because it's just such a fantastic program. Okay, now to talk about the bipartisan infrastructure law and brownfields. Since I've been at EPA, never seen such an influx of funding. Fortunately, we've always been liked by both parties, and we haven't in the past got our budget cut in brownfields because we put properties back on tax rolls and we create jobs. But this Bill Act is, like you said, it's 1.5 billion over 5 years, and we got 105 million this year, and we have money we give out under infrastructure and also our regular funding. We still have that. As Stephanie mentioned in the beginning, we have an emphasis on underserved and new communities. We're trying to reach other areas in the region that we haven't maybe touched before. And next week is when the applications for this year are due, but we'll have another solicitation. We have one yearly. And then this is the grants with the infrastructure funds. You can see the different types of grants and the maximum you can apply for. This year coming, our fiscal year starts October 1 for fiscal year. That's the amount of awards, the third column, fourth column, whichever, that we're expecting to give out this year. This is throughout the country. And then there's the money that's allocated for each one of those grants. So, and like I said, it's a 5-year funding the bill. So we're going to be continually giving those out. Another area we've really emphasized is try to get mine land restored. And this one is in Pennsylvania, the Earth Conservancy. They're another one that have gotten numerous grants from EPA. Sometimes you don't make it the first go round. It's highly competitive. It's a national competition, but once you get a grant, it seems like then you know how to write that proposal and whatnot. So these are all the steps you can see that they took, and they leverage funding again. Some of the places they've got leverage funding, and then the revitalization came at step 5, and that's they have 20+ miles of trails along that river, along with the other things you can see on the slide that they were able to accomplish. Now this is where when you apply, this is another area it's really something that you can access pretty quickly. The grant cycle actually takes a whole year from when we announce the request for proposal till the actual money gets awarded. They get selected about 6 months into the process, and then there's a whole another process to get the grant awarded. So technical assistance. So we have these, as I mentioned before, targeted brownfields assessment. And of course, we use acronyms for everything. So that's TBAs. And you don't have to pay at all for these. Any community, nonprofit, whoever can come to us. We have a kind of an application form, but it's not onerous. It's just a few pages. And we can do site assessment activities, which, like I said, includes sampling and cleanup planning. And we work with the states and their voluntary cleanup program. And it's a rolling application. So it used to be, sometimes in August we'd run out of the funding. But now with the Bill Act, we have a lot of funding for this. And the big thing about it, it's free. So if you have a site in your town, your community that, sometimes you get that one site revitalized and it just kicks off the area. So this is something, it's a fantastic program. Now we also have technical assistance to brownfields, which we shorten to TAB. So we have TBAs and TABs. It's very confusing. This again is free. And there's 3 organizations on the side there, West Virginia University, who is Region 3's TAB. There's Groundwork USA, that's a national technical support, and then the Training Institute also. So there's all the different types of things they can help you with. Prepare the actual grant applications if you want to get a grant from EPA. And this is, like I said, Region 3's TAB. West Virginia University has been running a brownfields program. The state of West Virginia passed legislation having 2 brownfields assistance centers, one at Westfield University and one at Marshall's. It's a fantastic idea. It'd be wonderful if all the states could do it. So West Virginia University was doing this extensive work in West Virginia, and then now they're doing it for our whole region. And these are the things that they can provide: education, resource, program support, so that they're really very helpful. And you can just call them up and ask a question, or just say, I don't know where to start, and they'll help you. And this is the contact information for West Virginia University and West Virginia, our TAB, Technical Assistance to Brownfield. Oh, wait, I went back. Oh, how do I go? Gotta go back here because I was mentioning. Okay, now Stephanie Branch mentioned, went into environmental justice. I'm not going to delve in it too much, but now we're in climate adaptation. That's another focus area, of course, for the agency. So the new request for proposals, you're going to get extra points if you target areas with disadvantaged communities. And also, like the technical brownfields assistance, that's the free assessment work that EPA comes out, our contractor performs, including sampling, soil sampling, water sampling, whatever needs sampling. And if you show this community has, is very disadvantaged in climate adaptations, you'll get a higher priority for getting your technical brownfields assistance done. And we're also increasing the revolving loan fund, supplemental funding. Once you get a revolving loan fund, then EPA will announce that there's more funds available and you can apply to supplement what you've already already gotten, and there's much more to come. It's incredible how much funding, has been passed with the Bill Act, and EPA is reaping the benefits, but actually the communities in your state, all the states are reaping the benefits. So I want to thank everybody for listening. It's somewhat dry when you're talking about grants, and then there's all kinds of links there. Yeah, I'm very excited that MDP has been putting on these Brownfields conferences, and I think I'm the last presenter. I'm not sure, and we'll entertain questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tish, and thank you, Andrew, for your great presentations. We're going to go and take some questions. Folks who have not yet submitted questions, please feel free to add some questions for both Patricia Corbett and Andrew Mengel using the questions pane. But I'll start with the initial questions that we have so far. So we have a question from Glenn Schroeder. This is for Andrew. Have you or DNR, Maryland DNR, ever worked with the National Park Service's Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program?
I personally have not. It's possible that other people within DNR have, or Maryland Park Service has. Our office and the LWCF program that we're responsible for in my office, which is land acquisition and planning, is specifically for state and local grant assistance. The LWCF program as a whole, though, there's different pools of money that can go into. So there's federal funding as a pool of money that LWCF can go into using for maintenance in national parks, acquisition in new national parks, and there's a separate pool of money that states receive, which is the money that's distributed through this grants program.
Thank you, Andrew. And just building off of that, can you speak a little bit more about the distinction between the Land Water Conservation Fund and the Maryland's program Open Space programs?
Yes, so program Open Space is funded through real estate taxes within the state of Maryland. It's a state program for acquisition of we actually use POS for both acquiring new property for state property, state parks, forests, wildlife management areas, as well as for local assistance as well. So in a lot of ways, the Land and Water Conservation Fund is very similar, just on a national level with a different funding source. So there's the federal side of the Land and Water Conservation Fund, where the National Park Service, other departments within the Department of the Interior are acquiring property and using those funds for maintenance of existing properties. And then, of course, our side, which is the grants to the state and locals, which POS has a side of grants to local jurisdictions as well.
Thanks, Andrew. We have a question from Alexandra Gribb. What types of nonprofits would qualify for, this is both really for both of you, Tish, and for Andrew, for the funding that you provide? Is it just 501c3s?
So for LWCF, no nonprofits would qualify for funding. It's exclusively to units of government or federally recognized Native American tribes.
Okay, thank you. And Tish, what about?
Yeah. Yes, it is 501c3s. You have to provide that documentation. And like I said, I can't remember if it was cleanup grants, but there was one of the categories that nonprofits were not able to apply, but that has changed. Nonprofits can put in for all of our grant types. And like I said, the TBAs, the Targeted Brownfields Assessment, are free. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Tish, as a follow-up question, in your experience with those particular projects that went from brownfields to recreational type uses or park uses, were there particular issues that were most challenging that you recall from those particular projects that were kind of specific to the effort to make them into parks?
Well, anywhere along a river, we've had a lot, and we're the industrial Northeast, the first area of the country that was, the Industrial Revolution touched first. And, most of the industries were then built on rivers because the access to the river for transportation. So one of the things, every single project, Brownfield project along a river entails, we always, on the community here, they would like access back to the river. So that's a real big thing. And so sometimes we run into problems with, trying to get a right of way and that type of thing. But we've got a lot of rails to trails projects, and usually they're abandoned rail lines, but they're still, the railroads can be a little bit difficult to deal with because they're worried about, liability and whatnot. If there might be something that wasn't totally cleaned off, that's cleaned up on their property and whatnot. So I'd say that's, probably the railroads are a biggest hurdle to overcome. And but so many of our brownfields projects involve some kind of a recreation or a natural landscape. Yeah, so it's great to see. Yeah.
Thank you. And Andrew, just building off of what Tish said, how has your experience been with funding rails to trails type projects at DNR?
It's possible to fund it through the Land and Water Conservation Fund program, either for development or acquisition of the right of way to build those trails. So that certainly would be an eligible project within the program, using it for rails to trails project.
Thank you. And are there other types of project? What other types of projects qualify as eligible projects, Andrew, for LWCF and for Program Open Space?
So Program Open Space is a little bit different in that it can fund indoor facilities as well. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is specifically for public outdoor recreation. It can be for development, new development, redevelopment of existing parks, or for the acquisition of property to develop a park. Any facilities that are developed with the Land and Water Conservation Fund or on property that's acquired or has been assisted with the fund has to be primarily supportive of outdoor recreation on the remainder of the site. So we couldn't do something like a community center, with like an indoor pool or something along those lines. It would have to be something like bathhouses that's supporting trails on the remainder of the property, something that's supporting outdoor recreation and that use on the rest of the site. So those are the types of projects that would qualify for LWCF.
Thanks, Andrew. And do you see any challenges with, like, for example, would DNR be supportive of acquiring a property that had some type of environmental challenges on the site that was a brownfield in some way?
If it was resolved, a cleaned up property, I don't think it would be any issue. Because this is a federal program, we do comply with NEPA and the National Historic Preservation Act. So any compliance required through that legislation will be required to be completed for a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant as well. But yeah, I would say, post cleanup, post assessment, there wouldn't be any issues with funding a redevelopment using the program.
See, that's much better.
Thanks, Andrew.
I'm not so pretty.
And Tish, looking back, like you said, there were certain, you noted what the biggest challenges have been with regard to converting brownfields to greenfields. But looking back at your years in this work, have there been certain like tricks of the trade or best practices that you've seen grantees use to be successful in this area?
Well, like Jerome mentioned, and I've known about the Overbrook Environmental Education Center, and that was fantastic presentation because I've got all the background for it. But yeah, community involvement is really, really important, and we really emphasize that in our program. And so I guess that's one of them, and it's like Jerome said, you need to do that early. So that's really very important. And like I say, all the projects I've encountered along rivers, if the neighborhoods that have been subject to the pollution, why the plants were operating and what they've left behind, they would like access to that river. And all along the East Coast, you know, they've got that trail there. They want to run from Maine to Florida. So, you know, Maryland, you've got a pretty big shoreline there. So, but that's, and the techniques they use, I guess, you know, that's the main one, is I think, but then also, you know, garnering, putting together other funding kind of, you know, and that's why I mentioned that resource roadmap that you can do. And one thing I didn't mention, because I think the western part of Maryland, you've got some of Appalachia there, if I'm not mistaken. And there's the Appalachian Regional Commission, the ARC. They give out a lot of funding, and they've gotten funding through the bill thing, the bill law. And it's amazing what they can fund. So that's another area you can look to, and you know, they would help you with that. EPA has some smaller grant programs too, like for main streets and greening. Yeah, so it's just you know, the public involvement, and then trying to get other funding to support the vision of your community. Yeah.
Thanks, Tish. And I guess building off of that, we're wondering what have been the most frequently used companion type funding resources that you've seen in applications? And this is a question both for you, Tish, and for Andrew. But Tish, if you want to start.
Sure. Well, one of the things when you do apply for one of our grants, you do need to, there's a section dealing with leverage resources, and you can put, sometimes you've already partnered, you've involved, or you have a partner that's, you know, when you're putting your proposal together, that is, you know, pledged to support you. So we ask you to actually outline that, and, you know, somebody who's got a lot of support through other organizations along with the community, they can rank a little higher. And so we want to see that besides working with the community, you're working with other organizations. If you're a governmental organization, we like to see nonprofits, and they can provide funding. Sometimes it's staff, you know, funding to have actually some of their staff help you with the project. But yeah, we like to see, and there's just so many different funding sources. Another thing is the West Virginia University can give you access to prior successful applicants. So if there's one in your area, you could actually look at what they submitted to EPA, their proposal, and maybe some of the leverage areas that organizations that they've described, if it's somewhere near your organization, you know, your area or whatnot, just somewhere else you could reach out to those people, because there are, you know, there's a land trust, there's all these nature conservancy, you know, national organizations, but then there's smaller organizations also that can help you. And even just calling the West Virginia tab, if not even just to see an application, but maybe to talk to them about, you know, how you can find these organizations to supplement your proposal and the work you want to get accomplished.
For LWCF, I would say the most common matching fund sources that I've seen is program open space funding for counties, or municipal bond funding for cities and townships. But really anything can be used. Like I said, donated land value can be used. Any state or local funding source, any private funding sources that have been raised for the project. And there are certain federal funding sources that can actually be used as match as well. So there's a lot of opportunities to, you know, find other ways to leverage local funding to really, you know, get more money into these projects using this program and others as match.
Thanks,
Also, another thing is, excuse me, Jason, is the CGBG, which you know, towns are familiar with. It's with the Department of Transportation, and some of those we've been working with them on, you know, learning about the Brownfields programs and all the different things they offer. So they have a lot of funding also, and some of the times the project in the community can also deal with, you know, recreational type facilities. So there's a lot of funding, especially now out there.
Yeah, building off the funding question, can both of you talk about the match requirements for your funding sources?
Andrew, you can go first if you'd like.
I can go first. So the LWCF requires a minimum of a 1-to-1 match. So it would have to be matched 1-to-1 with any outside funds for the request. So for example, if you wanted $500,000 in LWCF funding, you'd be required to put up $500,000 in other state, local, or federal funds, matching that amount. You can match more than that. That's just the minimum requirement is 1 to 1.
And for EPA, I have to say, you don't need to match any of our money. Used to be for cleanup grants, you had to have 20%, but with this bill infrastructure, they specifically, said there's no matching for cleanup grants. And then what EPA has decided and said, we still have a pot of money from our regular grant program. So we have that money that we're seeking applicant proposals on and, award grants on that. And we have the bill money. So EPA decided that it'd be too complicated. So now all the cleanup funding does not require a match. It used to require a 20% match. So yeah, so now it's wonderful and when we did have that match, like they could use staff time as, as part of that match and whatnot. But that was a hurdle for a lot of organizations to come up with the 20%. But no, as of now, no matches.
Yeah, that's really excellent to hear that, and hopefully that'll lower the barriers for folks to apply for the funding to convert their brownfields to greenfields. One of the things you talked about in your last slide, Tish, related to environmental justice and climate change adaptation considerations when you're assessing grant applications, and I wanted to ask Andrew if DNR is looking at those types of considerations when it's making decisions on POS or LWCF funding.
So for LWCF, we do have a component in our scoring for preserved ecological value in the site, which would incorporate climate change adaptation into that section for the scoring. The primary focus, however, is what recreational amenities are provided, and that's informed by Maryland's Land Preservation Recreation Plan. So it is incorporated into the scoring, but the main focus is providing recreational amenities and meeting the goals of that plan.
And what about?
One thing I want to,
oh, so go on.
Jason, again, one thing I just want to mention for anybody out there who would like to apply for one of our grants, which will be announced next year, please just follow the request for proposal outline. Just answer everyone because that makes it easier for the reviewers. We have 3 people that review the applications, and then we talk about if there's differences in scores. But if you just follow the outline of what we're asking for, that really helps.
Thank you, Tish. Thank you, Andrew. I think I had just one last question for Tish. Do you see typical remediation or typical types of engineering controls or land use controls for projects where brownfields are converted for recreational reuse, given that there's more contact between people or children with the site, the soil, that sort of thing?
Yeah, recreation and residential use have the highest standards. And we work with MDE, and they have a voluntary cleanup program. So they will work with the actual property owner, to actually have the standards meet the residential standard. Industrial has a much lower standard. They still have to protect their employees and the neighborhood, but yeah, it is a much higher standard. We want to make sure that people are out there, walking, whatever they're doing, that they're not going to be exposed to additional pollution. And like I said, these neighborhoods usually are, besides being disadvantaged because they've been living with this, abandoned site, because that's what Brownfields deals with, abandoned sites, or sites where there's usually no activity in terms of industrial or commercial. So yeah, we definitely, that's the toughest standard out there is residential. We want to make sure, these people in these neighborhoods have suffered for years. We don't want them going into a park or something and being exposed to anything. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I want to say thanks very much to both you, Tish, and to Andrew Mangold for your great presentations today, and for sticking with all of these questions to build off of your presentations. I think we're going to have extend our break for 30 minutes, okay. And since this will give time for people to have an early lunch if they want to, and then we can return for session 2 at 11:30. So I want to, again, thanks very much. And we will share the presentation slides with everybody, and that will include the links that were included in both Tish's and Andrew's presentations. So
Please.
thanks. Oh, yes, please, Tish.
I was just saying, please, anybody, feel free to reach out, with questions. And like I said, that West Virginia tab is such a great resource. And apply for a free TBA, Targeted Brownfields Assessment, to help things get rolling in your community.
Thank you. And I'll add some more links to the chat for both of those items that you just talked about, Tish. So thanks everybody.
Thank you.
And thank you again, Tish and Andrew, for your presentations, and we'll have our break and we'll return for session 2 at 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our second session today is Brownfields to Greenfields and Ballfields. And our presenters are Eric Magdar with ARM Group LLC, Chandra Jennings with Druid Heights Community Development Corporation, and Rick Baldwin with the City of Salisbury. The session will provide local case studies from Maryland communities about brownfields transformed for recreational reuse. First, we'll begin with Eric Magdar. Welcome, Eric.
Good afternoon.
All right, Eric, I think you have to go to your display settings in the top left and choose the other screen. Thank you.
All right, good morning. My name is Eric Magdar. I'm Vice President of Environmental Services for the ARM Group. We're located in Columbia, Maryland. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of today's event, and I'm excited to present a great story that fits seamlessly into this year's theme, Brownfields to Greenfields and Ballfields. Specifically, I'm going to talk about the process whereby Trade Point Atlantic, working in concert with Baltimore County and the Maryland Department of the Environment, are transforming a portion of the old Sparrows Point steel mill property into a recreational park. I've had the privilege of working on this project since 2015, and the transformation I've seen over the years is nothing short of amazing. For over 100 years, the 3,300-acre Trade Point Atlantic property was utilized as the Sparrows Point steel mill, and at one point it was the world's largest iron and steelmaking facility. Steelmaking began in 1898. From about 1916 to 1930s, the steel mill experienced a massive expansion, which included the addition of several blast furnaces. World War II jump-started another expansion, and by 1953, the steel mill, which is often referred to as the Point, was the world's largest iron producer. By 1958, it was the largest steelmaking facility in the United States. The steel produced at Sparrows Point was used to build ships that were used in the World Wars. The steel was also used in parts of the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and the Chesapeake Bay. At its height, the Sparrows Point steel mill employed roughly 31,000 steelworkers and associated personnel. Ultimately, changes in the industry led to the decline and the use of the steel mill during the 70s and 80s, and the mill ceased operations in June of 2012. And in 2014, under new ownership, the redevelopment process began. According to the U.S. EPA, a property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence or potential presence of hazardous substance, pollutants, or contaminants is what is considered to be a brownfield. With deep water access, extensive rail throughout the property, and easy access to the I-95 corridor and beyond, the vision to transform the Sparrows Point steel mill, a brownfield, into one of the largest and most strategically significant intermodal global logistics hubs in the country was outstanding. The redevelopment of Trade Point Atlantic began with its application for participation in the Maryland Department of the Environment's voluntary cleanup program. Once it was accepted into the program, the real fun began. Because the site was so big, the 3,300-acre property was broken up into 43 investigation parcels. Armed group working with Trade Point Atlantic, the Maryland Department of the Environment, and the United States Environmental Protection Agency prepared individual phase 2 investigation work plans for each of the 43 parcels. In order for us to prepare the work plans, we needed to understand exactly what the history of each portion of the site was individually. So we did a thorough evaluation of historical reports, site plans, utility plans, photos, and of course, review of the phase 1 environmental site assessment, excuse me. Each phase 2 investigation included the collection of soil and groundwater samples, and as needed, soil gas and subslab soil gas samples were also collected. All the data collected at an individual parcel was then incorporated into a phase 2 investigation report. To date, more than 3,000 soil borings and over 1,200 groundwater sample locations have been advanced throughout the entire Trade Point Atlantic property. And phase 2 investigations have been completed on 41 of the 43 investigation parcels. In fact, the final 2 parcels are in progress. As portions of the site were identified for a specific development project, ARM Group, once again working with MDE and EPA, developed response and development work plans to guide the redevelopment activities. These work plans summarized the findings of the phase 2 investigations, identified the future use of each site, and evaluated potential risks that were associated with each site, and then if needed, it prescribed a remedy. Once each development was complete, to the satisfaction of the agencies and no further action, determination is or will be requested, with the ultimate goal being the issuance of a certificate of completion for the entire Trade Point Atlantic property. The investigation phase is complete for about 95% of the property. Like I said, the 2 remaining parcels are highlighted in orange in the northeast portion of the property. Response and development work plans have been implemented for about half of the property, and they're represented with the blue and the green on the image to the left. The yellow is indicative that the phase 2 investigation is complete. Once you get to the blues, it's showing that the response and development work plan phase is complete, and the green ones are indicating that the response and development work plans have been implemented and are complete, or there was no further action required for that area. While it's ever changing, the figure on the right is Trade Point Atlantic's master plan. So the real focus of today's talk is on one small portion of the property. And with that in mind, we're going to focus on the redevelopment of a portion of this historic brownfield. And we refer to that as parcel B7-1, which is located along the eastern property boundary of the property. This is a zoomed in image. It's an historical aerial image from 1938. But basically in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, this parcel was, one of the most historically significant, if not the most popular areas of the site, as it was once part of the Sparrows Point Golf Course. Its transformation over time into the 1990s, when led it to be repurposed as a rail spur, though much of the parcel itself remained green space, which is in fact how it still remains today. Prior to its redevelopment and repurposing, the phase 2 investigation process needed to be completed, as we discussed earlier. And all of the phase 2 investigations were completed under a site-wide quality assurance project plan. Specifically for parcel B7, we had installed 19 soil borings, collected 66 soil samples. We collected groundwater samples from 6 distinct locations, and both the soil and groundwater samples were analyzed for a variety of contaminants of potential concern. These included VOCs, SVOCs, pHs, total petroleum hydrocarbons, oil grease, metals, PCBs, pesticides, etc. So the full evaluation, in accordance with the quality assurance project plan. We collect all the data, and kind of what do you do with it? So once the phase 2 investigation was complete, screening level risk assessments are performed as part of the response and development work plan. So we did evaluate the different risk scenarios, including composite workers, recreational users, construction workers, etc. And basically evaluated risk specific to the proposed future use, in this instance, of a park for the community. As part of that, we divided the parcel into 2 portions. The northern portion, shaded in green, approximately 10 acres. It has been green space once the golf course had gone away, and that will be maintained. We'll maintain those natural resources, wetlands, buffers, etc., and it'll stay green space with no planned improvements or amenities. The southern portion, which is highlighted in orange, is the area that will be developed for public recreational use. Through the use of engineering controls, the minimal risks associated with historical use of the rail spur will be mitigated. So essentially the northern portion, as mentioned, there's no planned development. The existing green space will be maintained, and certainly no unacceptable risk to the public. The southern portion, as you can see here, will be developed as a park and will include surface engineering and institutional controls. The surface engineering controls will include essentially the site improvements, which will be a community center, playground, turf fields, parking areas, paved trails, shoreline, riprap, and landscaped areas. This is a current aerial view of parcel B7, and it will be the future home of Sparrows Point Park. The Sparrows Point Park facilities will be comprised of 22 acres that'll be built by Baltimore County's Department of Recreation and Parks. There'll be a 16,000 square foot LEED certified community center with 2 state-of-the-art activity rooms. There'll be a full court gym, a fully accessible playground, an LED lit multi-sport turf field, which of course are in short supply these days, extensive walking paths throughout, and a fishing pier with a kayak launch. The property was donated from Trade Point Atlantic to Baltimore County this year. Groundbreaking is expected to occur in about a year in the fall of 2023. And if all things go according to plan, there'll be a grand opening in sometime in 2024. I just wanted to take a quick minute to acknowledge, Baltimore County's efforts in working with Trade Point Atlantic in order to bring this state-of-the-art public recreational center to the residents of Baltimore County. It will be well used and will provide access to the public in a great way. And of course, MDE's guidance along with the EPA's guidance and support were critical in getting this project from a Trade Point Atlantic vision to a Baltimore County asset. And with that, thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, next we're going to have Chandra Jennings present. So let me go ahead and give Chandra your presentation opportunity.
Okay, good morning or almost afternoon. Is this correct?
I think you're almost there. I think I have to click the slideshow, little slideshow thing next to share on the top of your screen. A little further up with your cursor. It might be, yeah, okay, and I'll click on the slideshow, the little sign there.
Also, it's slideshow.
And if your control panel for GoToWebinar is blocking you, click the little arrow on the far left of the control panel. I think the other thing you can do is go to the view. Can you see the view part in the top left of your?
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I think you have two options. You can click on slideshow, or you can click on view, which is the view menu is all the way on the far left, the third from the left.
Okay, so the sharing, you're not seeing my screen.
I'm sorry, we can see your screen, but it's just not in presentation mode.
Okay. So go to view and
You have two options. I think you can click on the word slideshow, which is in the top right of your screen. I think I see your cursor right next to it.
here.
Yeah, click on that. Click on the slideshow text.
I guess I'm missing it. So I have share your screen, show your screen, stop sharing, change presenter.
I think you're I think what's happening is your GoToWebinar tool is blocking your web page. I'm sorry, your PowerPoint. So if you can click.
Excuse me, how many monitors do you have?
One.
Put it into slideshow. Click slideshow right there in the upper left, right, 2 clicks over from your J.
Right here?
I don't see your, yeah, it says slideshow. It's big as life. There's a big gold share button, and then right to the right of it, it says slideshow.
I'm having troubles. The only thing I see is
Oh, you're
show.
almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there. Is your raise your mouse pointer up about an inch?
Here?
It says slideshow. No, it says slideshow. There's a rainbow colored camera button. And then, yes, click that. Oh, you're almost there. It says slideshow. You're almost there.
Something I'm not seeing what you guys are telling me.
You give me control.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry about that. Wonderful. Okay, so we're good now?
Think so?
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience, technical difficulties, and apparently I'm IT a little deficient there. My name is Jones Ray Jennings. I'm from Druid Heights Community Development Corporation, and our motto is building people, building communities. I think you still have access, okay. Next slide. I think you still have control. Okay. Our mission is to cause, encourage, and promote community self-empowerment through the development of economic, educational, employment, and affordable housing opportunities. This is the Maggie Quill Center. We are in Baltimore City. We're a community-based CDC. And our address, if anyone knows West Baltimore, we're on McCullough and Gold Street. And we previously, that building was an old fire station. And so we've been in the community for, the building has been over there 50 years, but we've been in the community over 40 years. We grew from a neighborhood association to a CDC. Our community, based on the data, is a little over 10,000. These are our borders. Again, we're in West Baltimore. Our community and neighborhood groups are Upton and Penn North. If anybody's familiar with the riding or uprising, we're literally 2 blocks from that area on North Avenue in Pennsylvania. We provide a holistic approach to community development. Our departments are housing counseling, real estate development, community outreach and resources, and we also have a reentry department. Just a little bit about our development projects, since we are a CDC based developer. We have I'm going to talk about 2 big projects and then move on to the thing you came to hear about. We have our Druid Hill development project, and then our Bakersview development. Why am I talking about that? Because as a CDC, we're revitalizing community, and we want to do a approach where we're doing the entire community. So not only are we building houses, but we're also revitalizing, creating intentional green space in the community, for the community and as an amenity as well. That's the caption of our Bakersview home. And just quickly, the Bakersview project is new construction for homeowners. 17 were completed. And then here's a snapshot of the additional phases we're doing. And we also have a green space that is partnered with the city called Cab Calloway Legends Park. And so our green strategy, you're here to hear about our Gold Street Park, but we actually have a green community master plan. Of course, we have a community master plan, and our partners, of course, are first the residents. And so we have a green thumb club, and we look at looking at private and public partnerships I'll talk about, as well as our workforce strategy, which we call environmental stewardship. Our green spaces, we have about 5 parks that we've developed in addition to Gold Street Park, but they include the Peace Park, I'm going to come back to that in a green master plan, the Archway Park, Nature Play Space, and of course I mentioned Cab Calloway Legends Park. So before we do any development projects, we always go to community, right? And we have a collaboration with University of Maryland College Park, where they were able to have their students, Dr. Kwan, the great Dr. Kwan, was able to incorporate projects in Druid Heights with her curriculum. And so the students came and presented for Gold Street Park. They actually won a sustainable growth award. They won first place for the Gold Street Park design. Everything is everything goes through our community. Any projects, we always present and get the buy-in from community. So again, we have a green master plan, which incorporates housing development. Again, for us, revitalization strategy is the entire community, right? And so we look at the green space, we look at where we're going to do housing projects. So you see some of the greening projects that were done in a partnership and the ones that Druid Heights did. This is the aerial view of Gold Street Park. And this is Cab Calloway Legends Park. And these are the homes that we'll be building in Bakersview. So you see that approach where we're trying to make sure that homeowners are have that amenity, as well as they are able to protect and provide the people that will enjoy the space. This is the Druid Hill Park, and of course, this is Gold Street. One last park green space that we're doing is called Edding Green Space. It had about 8 tons of debris on it from dumping. And so again, and that's the conceptual design. But again, the goal is to prevent blight in community. And so we're creating this intentional space. So the Gold Street Park, the park with a heart of gold, excuse me. Our Gold Street Park is located at 527 Gold Street, at 2138 and 2140 Division Street as well. Again, it's 3 lots that were developed, and we did in partnership with the University of Maryland. Our architect was Dr. Kwan. She served as architect for the project. We also had a landscape engineer, cityscape, urban green assisted with the remediation, and we had a MBE general contractor, New Baltimore Contracting. The funders included Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, Baltimore City, Department of the Housing and Department and Community Development, as well as we got CDBG funding, and of course Chesapeake Bay Trust funding for the pre-development and to build the park. Interesting to me, I didn't know that you could go on Google and go all the way back to 10, 15 years. So I was able to pull up these pictures because I couldn't find the pictures we had of the Gold Street Park. Gold Street Park was an old coal yard. It sat about probably over 30 years as that coal yard. And then we were able to develop it in order to create that intentional green space I'm speaking of. But these are some pictures of what it looked like prior. It was also an old shanty house, or I might not saying that correctly, but it was many things prior to Gold Street Park. So just a little bit about the process. We were able to, again, get the funding from the Department of Housing and from Chesapeake Bay Trust. And so we had started in 2018 with the pre-development phase. Again, prior to that, it was introduced to the community and they approved it and we got buy-in. And so we went through a pre-development phase. We also did environmental as required by the CDBG funding. We had to do a phase 1 and then they found contaminants, and I'm not as expert as my colleague there with the different contaminants, but they were all in the soil. We also had to continue with the phase 2. And then we went into the remediation process that was approved by MDE. And that process, Urban Green took us through that process because we were not familiar with doing that type of process with green space. After everything was approved, we were approved to continue to start construction. We started in 2019, and here you see some of the crew members of the contractor this is the circle that they did, pouring the concrete. But again, we did a remediation process, very, very lengthy for us. And so it was about almost a year due to time and weather for that process. And then we were able to create a beautiful green space. This was the mural design was completed. Is my time up?
No, you're fine. Please keep
Okay.
going. Yeah.
Okay, great. So the mural design was completed from our a local muralist and artist in the community, or some folks say creative in the community. And so we were able to get funding from Baltimore City Office of Sustainability in order to create this mural, as well as I'll show you we weren't able to do a mural on the side of the church that's sitting there, but we were able to do a mural, basically a banner for it. And so we had our celebration in late fall last year, I believe in September. And you see the mayor of Baltimore City. At that time, I was the director of real estate, and then my predecessor there, Mr. Presley, and then a great picture with community, our stakeholders, as well as, of course, the muralist there. And so for us, that was a great just connection and partnership between local, city, and even Chesapeake Bay, that I guess we would consider quasi-private funder that was able to assist in this partnership. And since then, we were able to continue partnering with CBT and looking to do our maintenance plan. And I'll get into that in a minute. We also were featured in Landscape Architecture magazine. If you Google Landscape Architecture magazine, you can see our wonderful article. That was really great. We had never been in a national scene for our green space, and so that was awesome as well. You'll see the banner here, I'll call it, or signage that we were looking to put on the side of the church, but they were not comfortable with that, and so we just put that banner. So that also was done by the muralist. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit quickly about the maintenance plan. Again, we were able to have a general contractor that was able to do the green space. And so we're also able to contract that general contractor to assist with maintenance. Maintenance is huge for us because we are still in the learning phases. Since we do have these now 5 parks, we're doing better and getting really guidance on maintenance. And so you see the park and it doesn't have a lot of species in it at all. And that was intentional because we kind of learned from our other green space that we need to really understand species, understand the maintenance and the time, watering, de-weeding and all that great stuff in order to really make sure we have the proper team in order to put that in place. So again, our goal is to make sure community is always central. These green space are an amenity to the community, but we're also a learning process and learning the maintenance and learning strategies for workforce development. And so that's our model. That is me, and I think that's it. I think I understand. My staff texted me about SlideShare, so I think I understand what happened. I was totally confused, but thank you so much. Any questions that you have, or am I supposed to wait till the end?
Yeah, we'll have some time at the end for questions, and that worked out fine. Don't worry about the technical glitch.
Thank you for taking over, Michael.
No problem. So next we have Rick Baldwin with the City of Salisbury. So Rick, why don't you take it away?
I'm sorry, apparently I was on mute. Thank you, Jason. Hopefully you're seeing this slide that says North Prong Park.
Yep, looks great. We can hear you.
Wonderful. Appreciate the opportunity today to cover some background of the process the city of Salisbury went through, we're still going through, assembling properties with the objective of building North Prong Park. The idea to redevelop North Prong was originally put forward in the 1990s. After a hiatus, we've begun to make some incremental but committed progress. This presentation is geared towards small municipalities, typically without staff familiar with CERCLA environmental regulations and brownfields. Our staff did find that our administration was not familiar with these regulations and was preparing to pursue paths with the potential to open the city to greater liability and at the very least limit options to deal with the properties known or found to be contaminated. The objectives for this presentation are very simple. Orient smaller communities to AAI or all appropriate inquiries. Warn you not to assume that consultants are experts. They know the regulations, know your history, and advise administration of actions prior to acquisition. City of Salisbury is a relatively small community. While we do have an engineering staff with 7 engineers manage an average of 90 to 100 active projects over a broad range of responsibilities, disciplines, and facilities. The usual public works facilities, water treatment plants, wastewater plants, collection systems, stormwater. But in addition to that, we also have a zoo and a marina. Our management involves, among other things, the plan review, design, permitting, contracting, and construction management. Traditionally, land acquisition has not been part of our responsibilities. Recently, smart growth, resiliency, sustainability, and redevelopment of the urban core began to result in acquisitions and reconstruction of an increasing number of former industrial sites involving potentially contaminated properties. One quick example of a surprise encounter came in 2017 at the very start of redevelopment of Main Street in downtown Salisbury. The design engineers never checked the history of the properties in the area. They assumed that what they saw at the time was what had always been there. As soon as the first shovel was put into the ground, we hit contamination. You can see on this slide, at one point in time, there had been 6 gas stations in little more than the first block, and a total of 10 gas stations within 3. But we're here to talk about North Prong Park and plans for redevelopment of North Prong Park. To provide a little context, there we go. This is the Wacomico River that discharges directly to Chesapeake Bay. The downtown area of Salisbury, east prong of the Wacomico River, contaminated area just shown you, and then the area of the North Prong. A little closer view of the North Prong and the properties owned by the city include boat ramp and adjacent properties, fire station, our field operations center or city yard, an old fire training area, which will likely involve future assessment. Utilities branch, where sampling was recently completed as part of a phase 2 environmental assessment. This property was acquired by the city back well before the year 2000. And the vision of North Prong and what is to come here. This parcel is a current brownfield site we are working on. And of course, the current site we're working on, you can see a little bit more closely there. And this is what it was previously. 2018, the city administration had been pursuing acquisition of this property for a number of years and was under the impression that all environmental issues had been resolved, that there would be no restrictions on moving forward with plans for redevelopment, as there were no current US EPA or MDE inquiries regarding the site. That's the information that the administration had. 1999, the background of that, in 1999, US EPA performed an assessment and found the facility leaking oil into the Comico River and initiated actions to contain and remove oil from the contaminated site. 2001 to 2002, US Army Corps of Engineers operated a groundwater interceptor trench and extraction system to collect oil in the groundwater. In 2003, US EPA tests concluded oil was no longer detectable and shut down all operations. 2004 US EPA trip report, the analytical results showed contamination of groundwater. However, at that time, there were no known groundwater standards promulgated for total petroleum hydrocarbon, for non-residential groundwater, and no contaminants were found in the surface water sample. 2008, EPA determined contamination existed on the sites, but at levels that did not warrant federal action, and turned responsibility over to the state, or to state laws, MDE. There had been some open cases. In 2009, MDE closed 3 cases. If anyone's interested, I can provide the case numbers later. The case closures indicated no further action by MDE. The administration interpreted this to mean that the site was clean and ready for redevelopment without restriction. However, this letter was not a final closure. One thing that's important in what we do here is that vocabulary counts. The case closure indicated no current inquiries from MDE, but did not relieve the property or property owners of the responsibility of cleanup or other enforcement actions deemed appropriate. Had the city settled on the property at that time, they would not be eligible for any brownfield cleanup grants. Luckily, engineering became aware of the pending acquisition, asked to review the environmental status of the property, and was able to advise the administration regarding status of contamination, potential liability for future enforcement actions, and the requirement to address contamination in order to proceed as desired. The city worked closely with MDE Land Restoration Program, initiated pursuit of all appropriate inquiries, known as AAI under 49 CFR Part 312, prior to purchase. The level 1 and level 2 environmental assessments completed, no viable or responsible party was identified, and the city obtained the status of bona fide prospective purchaser, which was the desired state prior to settlement. Risk evaluation was completed and reviewed by MDE Land Restoration Program. Total petroleum hydrocarbons, the predominant contaminant, was identified as the predominant contaminant of concern, and applicable cleanup standards for use as recreational facility were identified. We developed an environmental management plan outlining redevelopment alternatives, plan for transportation and disposal of contaminated materials, along with the applicable engineering and administrative controls, which were reviewed by MDE Land Restoration Program, resulting in an approval for a remediation approach to enable reuse of the property for its intended purpose of park, and leading to the final remediation design, which we're currently in the process of completing. So our next steps, the current project, review and approve the final design, which would be a soil cap. Pursue remediation funding. We're applying for grants at this time, and then do the soil cap construction. Utilities branch property, we've initiated, that's the one in the blue circle. We initiated the assessment there. We're currently awaiting completion of the level 2 assessment and determine what would be required for remediation of that part of the park. And then the yellow square at the bottom is adjacent to the current properties we're working on, working with procurement to proceed with all appropriate inquiries on that property, and seeking to obtain the same bona fide prospective purchaser status. This is where I was stumbling, was in the animation. So takeaways, staff and elected officials are not only necessarily versed in environmental regulations, consultants and contract engineers are not considered to investigate prior use of property activities. All appropriate investigations should be completed prior to purchasing the property to limit liability, and also is often required as eligibility for grant funding. And just a shout out for the MDE land restoration program. They have been very helpful and valuable resource for guidance and support. With that, Jason, turn this back to you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Rick. That was great. And now we're going to start the Q&A part of our session. And please go ahead and share your webcams, Eric, Chandra, and Rick. And I won't share my screen at that point. Thank you. So let's start off with some questions. Our very first question, this is from Rebecca Resk. How are the parks, this is really a question for all three of you, how are the parks maintained once they're built? I don't know, Eric, you want to start? We'll just go from in the order of presentations.
Sure. The park will be maintained by Baltimore County, as the land will be transferred to them, and they'll be responsible for its maintenance and upkeep and continued improvements over the years.
Thank you.
I'll go next. As we work on developing our plans for all of these projects, one of the things that we do is go through a maintenance review. That's not done by our department, that's done by field operations. So we take a very close look at what are going to be the resource and cost requirements associated with that, so that we develop a plan ahead of completing the park and then finding we don't have the resource or plans to maintain it.
Sure. So for us, the plans, I mean, we're creating a maintenance plan for all our green space. I didn't touch upon the environmental stewardship, but we also, Baltimore City also has the Clean Core that they just implemented, and we applied for that funding source because it's really difficult to do maintenance for these green space, and it's not built into the funding. But we do have a new strategy along with some funding from Baltimore City, as well as looking to reignite the residents and the some of the block captains that will assist in our maintenance strategy.
Jason, I'd like to add, I skipped over one piece. Since we are planning to install a soil cap over known contamination, there will be reported requirements for inspection and maintenance. Those need to be reported to the state, and the state will also be periodically inspecting the site to make sure that we are maintaining the cap for the intended purpose.
Thank you. So our next question is also for all three of you, which is, why did, in each of your cases, why did you choose a park as the reuse purpose for the property? And Eric, do you want to start?
Sure. I think it was only natural. Sparrows Point, now Trade Point Atlantic, was always such a huge part of the community while it was an active steel mill, and even more so now as it moves to the future as that intermodal facility. And so for Trade Point to be able to provide back to the community in concert with Baltimore County and again, MDE, it just was natural. It's already green space. It maintains it as green space for part of it, and the other part of that small area of Trade Point Atlantic, it just seemed like a natural fit, I think, for everybody. I think it was a great project.
For us, the community chose for that area to be green space. We already identified, so in our community master plan, the lots that would be new construction and what type of development in that corridor. And so the community as well as the church wanted it to be a park or green space and amenity. In addition, there are only 3 lots, so wasn't really able to provide housing in that space, but it's also a natural fit from the aerial view. If you saw, there's housing all around as well as faith-based buildings in that community. So I think they just wanted an amenity and it not to be blight. And so choosing that to be like an intentional green space was a natural fit for that corridor.
The reasons for the city of Salisbury were similar in many ways. Take a former industrial area along the waterfront, turn it back into green space with access to the water. Resiliency is also a factor in this location. This is an area that has tidal flooding, so an open green space park designed to be able to flood and then recover quickly afterwards was a significant factor.
Thank you. That's very helpful. This is a question, I think more for you, Rick, because you mentioned land acquisition decision-making process at the local level. Was it just lucky that engineering was contacted before the property was acquired, so that decision makers knew about the contamination on site? Is there a certain best practice that you would want to share with the audience members about decision making at the local level regarding land acquisition to make sure that all the loose ends are tied up together so that these types of issues are always known?
So yes, it was a happy coincidence. I happened to hear about it just as it was about to go to settlement. Prior to joining the city, I'd done environmental assessments, redevelopment, development of contaminated sites in several states. So was fortunate that that familiarity was there. We've since been fairly successful in raising the awareness of the administration to these requirements. You can certainly buy a piece of property without addressing these issues in advance, so not recommended. Getting that bona fide purchaser designation relieves you of the liability of being a responsibility for cleanup action. You can hold the property. If this site began to leak oil again, you wouldn't be financially responsible for addressing that. It doesn't alleviate us from the responsibility to remediate as we want to go forward. And that's what we're involved in now. Looking at, again, primarily to do that with grant funding. So following that same process prior to acquisition is important to that as well. I think one of the key things I would say for smaller communities would be to just pay attention to that, have some awareness of it, like our community with redevelopment, resiliency, sustainability, working in properties in the urban core, dealing with properties that would very well fit the definition of environmental justice. It's not at all uncommon to encounter these problems. So just anticipate them and then get ahead of them.
Thank you, Rick. And this is, as you know, listening to our great keynote speaker, Jerome Shabazz, from earlier today. One of the I guess the issues related to giving back to the community, you know, in addition to having these wonderful parks, there's also the connection with environmental education, you know, and increasing environmental awareness, both from students and community members. And could you share your thoughts about how your projects may be helping with that in your communities?
Well, I'll go first, because right off of that presentation, we're in the process of hiring a new sustainability coordinator. So we have interviews set up on Friday, and the administration and to the supervisor for that position strongly recommending that we reach out to engage students in the school, get them out in the open, doing some of those assessments. So I was very appreciative of that presentation and put those ideas forward to enhance what we're doing in the community.
Excellent. Eric or Jandre, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of Baltimore County as it pertains to that specifically. But what I can say is, you know, with the new community center being available to the local residential populations, you know, I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity in the future to do some, you know, environmental education. Its proximity to Jones Creek could lend itself towards that as well. But again, I can't really speak to the county's intentions or, you know, plans for that.
Thank you. And Jandre, yeah, please.
So the question was about environmental education or providing more education?
Yeah, you know, tying back to what our keynote speaker was talking about, you know, how the green spaces also provide an opportunity for environmental education and increased awareness environmentally and, you know, as an amenity for folks.
Sure. That is our intention, to make sure. I know with some of the funding sources, they do, it's a requirement that we provide that education. This is a new realm for us. Of course, that's what we do, provide equity for lower income, low to moderate income families and individuals in the community. So that's something definitely we want to delve into. Just the discussion of environmental education, educating our community members about residents, about just green space and the importance of understanding that, as well as you know, talking to the experts. I love that Mr. Shabazz, just the whole curriculum, and would love to better connect with him. But yeah, that's something that we would like to delve into and continue providing as a resource and getting that resource for our residents.
Thank you, Jandre. And I have a follow-up question for you, Jandre. This is related to the CDBG funding that was part of the Gold Street Park work. Does that funding, did that pay for any portion of the land acquisition? Did it pay for the environmental site assessments? Do you know?
No, it did not.
Okay.
CDBG only, we do, so there's, you know, several opportunities through CDBG. There's the operating side and there's capital, but this intentionally was a capital ask, and we got awarded capital funding only for the builds, right? And so the environmental, that was the Department of Housing, Maryland Department of Housing that assisted with the environmental. We're still in the process. We actually have, through Baltimore City, adopt a lot. So I believe we own one of the lots and the other two are adopt a lot. So it didn't provide acquisition though, but we could have requested that. But it was only towards the actual build. We were able to, I believe, get some of that remediation process. So that was an infill and part of the construction, but it was only for only construction. It was only for capital cost.
Thank you, Chandra. I mean, I think it's so interesting that, and this is for everybody, I guess, who tackles these types of projects, is the challenge of finding the variety of funding that's out there and you know, putting it together to fund different aspects of the project. So do you have any guidance for audience members on just best practices for figuring that out? I guess people call it like funding mapping or something like that.
Sure. Well, I'll start. For us. It's definitely a challenge and a struggle for all of our capital projects for the pre-development phase. So we were very blessed to have Dr. Kwan, who actually assisted. We've received Chesapeake Bay funding before, but she just assisted with that design process, with just advocating for the park, because it is competitive for these funding sources, and really getting creative. A lot of my colleagues, you know, get a little bit creative and provide spruce up and things to just find resources that are flexible. We find that the biggest challenge, of course, is the maintenance as well. But with the pre-development, we were able, Chesapeake Bay Trust is a great resource, as well as now we have opportunities through corporate sponsors like PNC that will fund some of our just the maintenance plan and some of the smaller pieces. Like we have a young group we call Say Yes, because that's through the city, and they assist with doing the maintenance. So just being creative and flexible, talking to funders about your project. And the biggest piece is having that strategy, right? And if you have that, you can continue to develop that strategy on it, and or you can do a phased approach, which we've done in the past as well, in order to get funding. But have that strategy, reach out to your, of course, your public funders, but in particular your private funders and corporate sponsors as well.
Thanks so much, Chandra, and thanks to all of our presenters, Eric Magdar, Rick Baldwin, and Chandra Jennings for your excellent presentations. That was really great. And next we're going to have our last break, and we'll return for session 3 at 12:45. Thanks again. So take a little break for any needs you have, and we'll start up at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Our third session today is how environmental justice and equity grow green community refuges. And our presenters are John Valanche and Jaleesa Gilmore with Groundwork USA. Note that they have a pre-recorded presentation since they had a prior engagement, could not be with us live today. And then we have Devin Dodson, Assistant Secretary at the Maryland Department of the Environment, and Aisha Dorn, owner of Lifeline Environmental LLC. This final session will cover how environmental justice can result in recreational spaces that benefit communities and restore environmental well-being. So first, we will begin with a video presentation provided by John Valanche and Jaleesa Gilmore from Groundwork USA.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for Groundwork USA's presentation, Growing Green Community Refugees Through Environmental Justice and Equity. I'm Jaleesa Gilmore, and I'm joined by John Valanche. We're the two managers of equity and resilience programs at Groundwork USA. Groundwork USA is a national network of over 20 local community organizations called trusts, from California to Louisiana to New York, all working to advance health, equity, and resilience in their communities. Based predominantly in low and moderate income neighborhoods and communities of color, these communities have a disproportionate amount of brownfields, environmental contamination and pollution, as well as a lack of environmental amenities like parks and trees. Working hand in hand with residents through inclusion, meaningful community engagement, and collaboration, Groundwork is working to transform the natural and built environment of communities from within. And this is why we're here today. We want to share what inclusive and equitable partnerships and processes look like and how that can be replicated throughout the country. And so
we're here to talk about environmental justice, equity, brownfields, and creating green community refuges. So to start, we've got to talk about environmental justice. We know that it's a really fairly used term, especially over the last decade, and especially since President Biden's administration has prioritized it. But what is it? You can see from these photos here on your screen that oftentimes environmental injustice is much easier to spot. On the left side of your screen, you're looking at sprawling green space, clean water, and pedestrian access along the waterfront. On the right side, however, the water's lined with decaying infrastructure, remnants of industry, and inaccessible waterfronts. And yet, in reality, these images are from communities that are at less than a few miles away just outside of Boston, Massachusetts. So simply put, the environmental hazards and barriers that you see on the right side of the screen don't exist in the communities on the left side of the screen. And this is a result of specific policy choices and policy failures. Not only can we see environmental justice, but it's also been codified into federal and state law, thanks to countless organizers and those who assembled to hold the first National People of Color Environmental Leadership Summit, which, thanks to them, President Clinton signed an executive order codifying environmental justice in the 90s. And so at the time of that signing, it was defined as really, making space for the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, and national origin and income, when it comes to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws. So because of organizing, environmental justice became a cornerstone of how we do policy. And for us at Groundwork USA, how we lead with our Brownfields community engagement. So brownfields and environmental justice are inextricably connected. Why is that, right? Now, environmental justice we've established is a place and race-based concept, and equitable development of brownfields is a remedy to those legacies of injustice. So environmental justice and equity are really the solutions to the kind of unfair and disproportionate siting of brownfields in Black, Brown, Asian, and Indigenous communities across the US. Now, I think as all of you in this room or watching virtually know, brownfields are really any property or space which the reuse of which has been compromised due to the suspected or confirmed contamination due to past industrial, commercial, or residential use. And yet it's not without hope, right? Using kind of environmental justice and equitable practices, we can take brownfields that you can see on the left side of the screen and transform them into those green community refuges by concerted planning, by prioritizing community, and really focusing on building green, sustainable, and community-driven solutions that'll last through the future. Now, how do we do this, you might be asking, right? So we know environmental justice and equity as kind of principles, but we need to be able to apply those in action. So Groundwork USA has 12 core equitable development principles. We're featuring 4 of them here, and I'm going to get started by talking about centering the community. Centering the community is really about prioritizing, uplifting, and including residents at each step of the process. This means that when you're doing your brownfields community engagement, It's not enough to just have residents at one stage of the process. It's really about integrating their feedback and their knowledge and their expertise into each and every stage of the game. The earlier that you connect with and involve residents, the better. I think what we want to really prioritize here is that residents should be the ones making the decisions and being the leaders of these projects that are occurring in their communities. Developing diverse partnerships is also critical, right? I think we know that we can't engage and successfully complete any brownfields project, especially with the length of time that they require, without engaging a number of partners from a number of fields, right? So that means that reach out, right, and build unlikely cross-sector partnerships and use these partnerships to develop a common vision and an action plan for addressing the brownfield issue in your area, right? So think about creating projects under a wide tent to not just expand your potential impact, but also to deepen that impact by ensuring that all members of your community are included. Simply put, this means that there is a place for everyone in this work. Third is practicing inclusive participation. Can't emphasize this one enough, right? So this is not only about centering the community and involving residents, but making space for really meaningful community engagement so that all residents, all constituent voices are included and uplifted. The crux of inclusive participation is really about meeting people where they're at. That's a physical thing, right? Like, as you can see from this photo from our affiliate in Groundwork, Hudson Valley, that it's about going right to that park bench, right? Talking to those folks right there in their community. But it's also kind of a figurative understanding of thinking about it's not just the one community meeting, right, that you hold where people need to show up or be unheard. It's about going to churches and asking the pastor if you can come to one of their local events and meet with folks. It's about going door knocking or canvassing to meet with people right at their doors. And it's about just finding creative ways and spaces to engage with residents to ensure that they're being included and included in a meaningful way. One final and really important way to do this, I think that's emerging as a very popular option, is by prioritizing language justice. If you're engaging with residents in an area that has a large population of non-native English speakers, think about and budget for translation services to make sure that people are able to meaningfully share their thoughts during your brownfields redevelopment process. And finally, recognize the long-term commitment required to finish these projects. So not only do we have lots of community residents, diverse stakeholders, but we have to recognize that these projects take a lot of time. And so it's really important that we're kind of building an understanding that there isn't necessarily a very clear finish line, but this is about creating a process that is equitable, right? So it's uplifting those residents, honoring them for their time, and building a space where this project is really owned and celebrated by the community. And so have to also just really be clear about celebrating all of the wins, small and big, because these projects take a lot of time and require a lot of partnership. And at the end of the day, and what Jaleesa will highlight in just a minute, is really the beauty of these projects when they're complete. So can't underscore enough to really just celebrate all of the community members and stakeholders involved in building these projects out.
Great, thanks, John. And so a project that I would like to share with you all is the Ferris Park in Lawrence, Massachusetts, as a great example of environmental justice and equitable development in practice. So the Ferris Park is a former brownfield transformed to park located in the heart of Lawrence, Massachusetts Mill District at the confluence of the Spigot and Merrimack Rivers. The park was designed for passive recreation, educational programs, events, picnicking with families, and exploring the natural world in the city. The park includes looping pathways, panoramic views, and a pavilion providing shelter and space for programming and gatherings. It was also designed to be a model for urban ecological restoration and includes features such as wild woodland, restored riparian habitat, a wild arboretum, and a rain garden. And the Ferris Park is part of the Spigot Greenway. And this is the newest site along the Spigot Greenway. And so the Spigot Greenway was completed in 2013, and it's a 3.5-mile long emerald bracelet of green spaces and walking paths connecting parks and open space through multiple neighborhoods in Lawrence. And so the Spigot Greenway has 10 anchor sites along the Greenway that have been transformed into community assets, including playgrounds, skate parks, spray parks, green spaces, and more, and the Ferris Park. And this was all led by Groundwork Lawrence, our Groundworks local trust in Lawrence, Massachusetts, along with federal partners, local government partners, and community partners. And so a little bit of background on Lawrence and the site. The city of Lawrence is about 30 miles north of Boston, and it's a former industrial city with very little green space. There was once a lot of manufacturing, but once it left, they were left with many brownfield sites. And so the Ferris site, which it was formerly called before it was Ferris Park, was adjacent to a foundry from the Ferris Technical Company. And so one of the most prominent features of the park was a mound of castings that came out of the metal processing. So that was a really big concern for community residents at the time, whether this area was safe. And so it's also along the Spigot River. And so this was viewed, the Spigot River was really viewed as a horrible, ugly place where people threw trash in, and it didn't have a good perception in the neighborhood. But through the work of Groundwork Lawrence and the partners, that really transformed. And so how did they do that? The first thing is the partnerships. Like I mentioned, this wasn't just Groundwork Lawrence alone. They had a partnership between the city of Lawrence, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and of course, residents and community partners. And so Ferris Park opened in 2016, but Ferris was thought about long before that happened. The community outreach for Ferris Park began in the 1990s and then really picked up in the early 2000s. And so at first, this was going to be the first site of the Spigot River Greenway, but through, roadblocks and such, this ended up being the capstone project. They came close to getting access to the site at one point, but then lost it. But, Groundwork Lawrence kept working behind the scenes to make sure that this vision eventually came true, and they didn't give up. And so they also did a bunch of community outreach, very extensive. So they held meetings where they presented different design concepts and received input from residents of all ages. They had community walks / site visits where it was a time for the community to learn about history, ecology, but also provide feedback on what they wanted to see in the site. And so what they kept hearing from residents is that they wanted this urban wild is what they wanted and what they needed, this natural space to just enjoy nature. And so along with that outreach and community engagement, all their outreach materials were also in Spanish and English, again, thinking about that language justice to represent how the actual population of Lawrence, Massachusetts looks like. And so this effort to build the park was really a community effort. And so they worked with local businesses, schools, community residents for service days to plant trees, plants, and really finish up the park and make it what it is today. And so the Groundwork Lawrence Green Team also played a huge role in the park. The Green Team is a paid youth environmental training and stewardship program. And so the Green Team worked hard to help. So they helped with designing the space, attending public meetings, planting days, construction. So they're a really big part of not only the community, but to getting the park finished. And all this, even though now the city owns the site, Groundwork Lawrence still plays a really important part in this park, managing the stewardship, the maintenance, and the programming of Ferris Park. And so with that said, I really want to highlight the principles that John shared that this project really exemplifies, and so much more that I'll call these out. So center the community. Residents were a part of the entire process, from planning, design, and construction. Building diverse partnerships. The partnerships for this Ferris Park was extremely important. Without having all those local businesses, the schools, and the federal partners, this park wouldn't have been able to get built. Also, recognizing long-term commitment. Groundwork had a long-term vision that was really driven by the community, and year after year, they didn't give up, and they knew the community had a vision for the site, and they kept going until that vision was realized. And lastly is inclusive participation. So not only did they make sure that the outreach was accessible to all the residents in the community, they held different types of meetings like the site walks to get feedback from residents. And so with that said, I really want to say that this was a collaborative community-led project. And projects like this, the Ferris Park, are really driving healthy transformations in Lawrence and beyond. And so across the US, residents, nonprofits, governments, practitioners, and people from all walks of life are currently engaged in transformative work. And remember that the most unlikely of partnerships are often required to drive successful projects. Follow the lead of the most vulnerable impacted. Equity and environmental justice are critical tools that we have to ameliorate historic injustice. They are practices and processes that must be integrated into all aspects of our work to not only cultivate inclusive projects with positive outcomes, but also to actively redress historical harm. Through equitable development, though equitable development has no finish line, centering the lives and perspectives of the most vulnerable will always produce a more equitable outcome. And lastly, we all have a role in shaping the future of inclusive, healthy, and environmental just communities. It's up to all of us in this room at this presentation to actively engage with the communities we work with and to commit to a process of lifelong learning to build a better world. We must move from traditional notions of simple equality and move towards practicing models of equity and justice. And that means committing more money and resources to uplift historically harmed communities. We have the resources, the allies, and the tools, so let's get this work done. And I just want to first thank you all, but Groundwork USA, part of this project is through our environmental and justice and equitable development program, where not only do we offer a series of free workshops and trainings, we also have a visual resource library where some of those resources will be sent to all of you today. And we also provide direct free technical assistance to clients that really want to incorporate equity and environmental justice into their brownfield projects. So thank you all for your time today, and please submit any questions to myself, Julissa, or John. Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate that. And that's an excellent video. And then next we're going to have our presentation from Devin Dodson. And Devin, I'm going to give you presentation rights now.
Okay, everybody can hear me, I hope. You might not be able to see me yet, but you're about to be able to see me. Actually, you can see me, but you can't see my slides yet. Good, so that's perfect.
We can hear you at this point, yes.
Okay, let me get my camera on.
Yeah, and you don't. And at this point, you don't have to show your webcam, but we'd love to have your presentation. That's perfect.
We're up. Are we up? Everybody
Perfect.
can see that. Great.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm going to apologize in advance. I have really bad allergies. If I cough during this, if I sneeze, please forgive me. My name is Devin Dodson. I'm Assistant Secretary at the Maryland Department of the Environment. But that's not the role that I'm going to talk to you about today. I wear multiple hats, but the other hat that I wear is that as the Environmental Justice Officer for the Maryland Department of the Environment. And why that is important is because it was mandated by the Environmental Protection Agency that MDE have an environmental justice officer. And actually, EPA is looking to create that in every state environmental office. Ours was done as a result of actually a lawsuit. A community in Brandywine, Maryland, in Prince George's County sued the Maryland Department of the Environment, the Department of Natural Resources, and the Maryland Public Service Commission back in 2015 for improperly citing a power plant in an a community with environmental justice concerns. And as a result of that, we went through mediation with EPA and the community, and even though the mediation failed, EPA mandated that the Department of the Environment, the Department of Natural Resources, and the Public Service Commission undertake great public participation and public outreach efforts vis-a-vis, and this is because of Title VI, and let's all remember that Title VI is larger than environmental justice. Title VI includes disabilities as well. It includes English speakers of other languages as well, and every state agency that receives federal funding must comply with Title VI. So Title VI is at the top of the inverted pyramid, and then environmental justice leaks down through that, and they are both important working together. You heard in the previous presentation the EPA definition of environmental justice. Maryland has adopted this definition of environmental justice. Particularly important, no racial, ethnic, or socioeconomic group should bear a disproportionate share of the negative environmental consequences resulting from whatever we're permitting in a community. Maryland builds on this definition to add that citizens should expect to be protected from public health hazards and to have access to all of the socioeconomic resources necessary to address their concerns. So what does this mean? We had the lawsuit from the EPA that we had a mediation, and we agreed to settle that. Unfortunately, the community at issue wasn't able to receive any financial benefit because this was a prospective relief, not a retroactive relief. And that was really what the community was looking for. But what that did, and this happened at the same time as Freddie Gray, as George Floyd, we and MDE, the then Secretary Ben Grumbles and myself, came together to create our internal EJ policy. And as a part of that EJ policy, we created the role of the EJ officer. We have now have all of our administrations, air, land, and water, doing enhanced inspections, compliance enforcement, and infrastructure investments, right? Because great to go in and make sure the permittees are doing what they're supposed to be doing. But when we have money that we can give out to communities, we need to be prioritizing communities with environmental justice concerns. And one way we do that, one way we discover those communities was to create our internal EJ working group, which then created the MDE EJ screening tool. And that screening tool we will get to and talk about in just a second. We also have a Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities in Maryland, and that commission is charged with making sure that state and local governments are addressing issues of environmental justice, as well as I said earlier, the Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And Title VI of the Civil Rights Act means no discrimination for anything based upon race, creed, color, gender, socioeconomic status, disability, and it's, as I said, larger than just environmental justice. So what happened with that? As we have the dovetail of these two events and this mediation that we went through and our implementation of environmental justice through our internal EJ policy, we created an EJ screening tool. So EPA has an EJ screening tool. The EPA EJ screening tool is on the census block, I believe, census block. We drill down also to the census block data, but specific to Maryland. We also have on that screening tool demographic and socioeconomic data that is combined with specific MDE information, like proximity to brownfields, for example. So when you click on the map, and there's the URL for the map, I am not going to pull the map up at this presentation because it will suck up all of our time and bandwidth and everything. But I very much encourage you. You're all sitting at your computers now listening to me talk. grab that URL and put it into another screen and start playing with our EJ screening tool. And I'm going to give you a quick, this is an overview of the homepage when you first click on the EJ screening tool. So that is relevant. The way that the blues are, please take a moment and take a look at the blues here in dark, some blues in light. You see them all across the state. And why is that important? This is why it's important, because 2 bills passed during the last legislative session that finally defined terms that we use in environmental justice and defined terms that the department, MDE, and other state agencies will start using for making sure that we are correctly investing and protecting these communities with environmental justice concerns. So the first definition is of an underserved community. This is not in Maryland law before. I showed you earlier the definitions that were in Maryland law, just a definition of environmental justice. So now an underserved community, any census tract which has at least 25% of the residents or more are low income, 50% or residents or more of minority, and 15% of residents or more have limited English proficiency. So if you have one of those 3, your community is identified as an underserved community. So go back to the map. So when you open up the map, first on our website, the first thing that you see are the 2, if you can see to the left of my screen, there are 2 blue check marks in the left. Those represent county boundaries and the underserved definition. So as you look at this map and you see the blues, all of those blues represent either or both a community that has 50% more minorities, 25% or more poverty, or 15% or more limited English proficiency. And those of you who know Maryland, you would expect to see the darker blues in Baltimore City. You're expecting to see the darker blues in the inner ring beltway surrounding Washington, D.C., in Prince George's County and parts of Montgomery County. Let's take a look over the shore, Eastern Shore. Look at all of those blues on the shore. The darkest blue is in Salisbury and Wicomico County. That's both minority and poverty, but all of the other blues there are mostly poverty. Go out to Western Maryland, take a look at Allegheny and Garrett counties. See those light blues out there? Not minorities, poverty. So the map captures all of that underserved definition in it. It also captures this. In the Climate Solutions Now Act, they also defined overburdened community. And that's any census tract that has 3 or more of these environmental health indicators. And when you click on those environmental health indicators in that community, they have to be at or above the 75th percentile statewide. So low birth weight infants, proximity to a brownfield site, proximity to mining operations, or 3 if you have those. CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations, 3 or more of those means that your community is overburdened. So the map, as it's populated here, does not show you your overburdened communities. They only show your underserved. You have to go on the map and actually click on the data elements. And we're in the point right now. I had said that the map's no longer beta. It's live, but we're at a point where we're now uploading the data for that underserved or for that overburdened definition that's in the law now, so that we can automatically populate the map with those as well, or at least have a drop-down menu so that users will be able to populate that map as well. So why is that important? Legislature passed a bill, that Climate Solutions Now Act, that created the definitions in law. And then they passed House Bill 1200, which requires applicants for the Department of Environment's public notice and public participation permits. So those are our 1-601 permits in the environment article. Applicants for those permits must now use our screening tool or the University of Maryland screening tool and develop an EJ score for the address of where their permit is located. The applicant will provide that score along with their application, and so the map allows you to run a summary sheet. So you'll be able to run a summary sheet with the score and provide that to the department The department then reviews that score, and we will provide that information to the community. And that is why the bill was drafted. That's the reason for the bill. The sponsor of the bill and the committees that passed the bill wanted to give more transparency to communities with environmental justice concerns through MDE's permitting process. And that's all the law requires us to do. However, my agency is doing much more than that. So when we get one of these permits, and this bill became effective October 1st, when we get one of these permits, the permit writer now also runs EJ screen. And she or he will take a look at that. And because we are doing internal efforts to promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice throughout the agency, from top to bottom, that is how the screening tool was created. It wasn't created by fiat from the secretary. It was created by an internal working group who said, we need this not only for the information that it has, but also so that we, meaning MDE staff, can understand diversity, equity, and justice issues more. So what we now require our permit writer, and this will come up in regulations that will be promulgated probably at the beginning of next year, the permit writer now will take a look at a 1 mile radius around the address of the potential applicant. And what she or he is going to do with that is take a look at what other stuff is there. What other MDE permitted stuff is there? What other MDOT, is there an MDOT facility there? They're going to take a look at what stuff is there and then talk to their supervisor and say, hey, we can't necessarily, the law doesn't allow us to deny a permit based upon an EJ score and what we find in that community. But the agency has the ability to condition permits and add other requirements to that permit to make sure that that community is properly being looked at and properly addressed. And I think the legislature is headed towards a path where there may be a little bit more teeth into this process. But right now, it was really important for the legislature to have this level of transparency going forward and being able to have those communities be able to really see not only what the applicant is recommending putting in their community, but what other stuff is in that community as well. So the last slide is a couple of other bills that were passed. We now are required, which we already did, to maintain a database of supplemental environmental projects. Those are, instead of penalizing through an enforcement action, penalizing someone, a bad actor or a violator, and just having that money come to MDE and it goes right into the general fund of the state of Maryland, we are recommending and have created and encouraged supplemental environmental projects. And I think you heard a little bit about that in the previous presentation, where a supplemental environmental project is something that the bad actor or the fined actor now must go and do in that community where the facility is located. Playgrounds, parks, open space. Some communities we've required violators to put up air monitoring so that the community can actually know what kind of particle pollutants are in their atmosphere. And the last bill is simply adding another charge to the Environmental Justice Commission so that the commission can start focusing on drinking water, well water, to make sure that we don't have a Flint, Michigan problem here in Maryland. So I know that was very fast, and that's my email address, and my assistant Lisa Nisley, who helps me run the environmental justice office, if you will, at MDE. And that is my presentation. Happy to talk. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Deb. So for our next presentation, we'll have Aisha Dorn. And Aisha, I'll go ahead and give you presentation rights here.
Okay, good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
Good.
well.
Great. Going into presentation mode.
Perfect.
Okay, we're all set. All right, so my name is Aisha Dorn. I am owner of Lifeline Environmental, Lifeline Rebuild, and founder of the Clean House Initiative. And I just want to, give a really sincere thank you for allowing me to share and present to you guys our topic of environmental justice. And when I think about environmental justice, a quote always comes to mind: be the change that you want to see. And with that, I'm so nervous. We can talk about what does environmental justice mean to me. Environmental justice. When we talk about environmental justice, we have to understand that environmental justice can look different depending on your region, neighborhood, socioeconomic background, and many other factors. But the truth is, it really is important to have representation from people that look like you and live like you, represented in conversations about solutions. When I think about the different environmental issues that plague our society, I think about how many different ideas are being shared to come up with a solution that not only fits the problem solvers, but the people with the problems. So it always starts with representation from my perspective. And here I'm saying environmental justice is the intentional application of representation of passion for sustainable change that improves the quality of life for all. Can you guys see my screen? Is everything good?
Yes, looks great.
Great. Okay. So when we think about environmental justice and we talk about it in the realm of representation and passion, we talk about different pain points, but also different opportunities. The regulatory agencies, as you heard from EPA, city, state, and local governments, so the state of Maryland, the city of Baltimore, and also when we talk about solving these issues and addressing them in a public and responsible manner, sometimes we talk about legal enforcement. And in the inverse, we talk about capital investments to fund the renovation or remediation of these hazards. But when we look at representation and passion, we're talking about people with experience, people that live in these neighborhoods, people that drive through these areas, people that have experienced this neighborhood since childhood or even throughout their college career, relocating to different areas with these issues. And we're also talking about spurring different perspectives. My perspective, growing up in Baltimore City as a young woman, is different from somebody that might be coming from Alaska or, just a different place altogether. When we talk about representation and passion, we often see people who are determined to make a change that not only benefits the people, but the environment as a whole. In my opinion, I think I'm a great example of environmental justice and the initiative it takes to make change in your community. I started out, oops, wrong way. I actually got my start in 2010 with an organization called Civic Works. I was looking for a way to get into the environmental industry while paying my way through college. And I found the certification program with Civic Works. And I also became an AmeriCorps member. Before that, I was just an avid recycler, interested in the environment, college student, and I also did a little bit of composting with my home garden. But it wasn't until after I got my certifications, I got my first job in the environment in 2011. And coming from certifications and training that teach you how to be not only a responsible environmental steward, but also to protect yourself with different personal protective equipment, how to govern yourself on sites, and all the different hazards that are around our daily lives. I was shocked to know that everything wasn't that far away. These environmental issues that we talk about aren't these big topics like climate change, where you don't really understand how you can get in and make an impact in the environment. But when you bring it home with the certifications and we start talking about the removal of asbestos, lead, and mold, we realize that these problems are almost at our doorstep, and in some cases are plaguing the buildings that we live and work in. So in 2012, I started my business, Lifeline Environmental LLC, to remove asbestos, lead, mold, and hazardous waste. And in 2012, from 2012 to now, I've met so many individuals who are still suffering with these issues in and out their homes, in their natural environment. And it made me think of different ways and different opportunities to include small businesses, nonprofits, and even regulatory agencies in the conversation of how we can do something better than what we're doing now. So in 2015, I announced our Clean House Initiative at the Community Leaders Briefing Meeting at the White House. I'm sorry, I left that off the slide. That seems like an important piece. But it was there I shared my passion for the environment, my proximity to these issues, and also the determination to not only serve the clients that could afford our services, but to come up with a solution for individuals who are living in properties to this day with environmental hazards. And as we fast forward to 2022, we see that I'm using our Clean House Initiative to do more contracting with the federal government. I want to share this quote from Bill Gates. It says, "The advancement of technology is based on making it fit in so that you don't really even notice it. So it's a part of our everyday life." And when I think about the environment that we live in, work in, and breathe in, I think about these environmental issues like old technology. It's something that was established that worked great for the time. Of course, it had hazards, but during those times, we also had environmental companies that were charged with the maintenance and the overall care of these hazards, so they weren't as exposing as they were. Now, we've come a long way, and we've learned a lot more about the hazards and being exposed to these hazards. So now we are charged with the responsibility of updating our old building technology. So asbestos is one of the best insulators. It has a high burn point. Lead was supposedly to make your paint last longer. These are all old concepts that need to be eradicated from our environment today. And as we talk about the environment, we also talk about how we evolve and we learn new building techniques and components. But even though in 1978, these environmental hazards were banned from continued use and installation in private residence and commercial buildings, there was no mandate to have these environmental hazards removed. So that's where the Clean House Initiative comes from, is our initiative. We want to not only look at these properties and create sustainable futures for them, but we want to create a step-by-step approach that allows people to understand that we want to come in, do the testing for these vacant properties, as well as the remediation, therefore allowing these houses to create a cleaner housing stock for Baltimore City and the country at large. With that, we will be training workers to remove the hazards. So there's a huge workforce development component where we're creating sustainable jobs and careers for people that want to do the remediation and want to be trained in an industry that provides a living wage. And this ultimately will result in new standards. So not only new standards for cleaner housing stocks for people to buy or for developers to develop, but more opportunities for investment for the city to create taxable properties that are putting back into the city. And ongoing job creation through maintenance and preservation. I was doing a lot of listening throughout everyone's presentation, and it seems like the testing as well as the ongoing maintenance is a huge problem and doesn't always fit inside of grants. Whereas what we do, we specifically target these pain points for nonprofits, local governments, cities, as well as quasi-government organizations. Oh, wrong way. I'm so sorry. The rewards of environmental justice. We also see that with a little bit of a change in the direction and our trajectory of how we approach vacant buildings, it allows us to provide easy tracking. These solutions are very visible. When you see a new building being built, you're automatically interested in the outcome. How big is it going to be? How many houses? How many bedrooms? What's the square footage? This building looks amazing. Oh, did you see the building down the street? This spurs investment as well. Once the communities are built, the retail and the commerce come into these spaces because they are now filled with the demographics of people that they serve and sell products and services to. It allows more small businesses to get involved in community development, and also more diversity. More people will frequent areas where they live and work because the blight is now removed. Also, the quality of life. When you walk down the street, and I don't know how many Baltimoreans are on the chat, but there was a time where I can remember when Baltimore City would let row homes that were vacant collapse in on themselves. This created blight almost on every street in neighborhoods that I frequent. There were so many buildings, building components, debris, animals, rodents, and then the standard became we can no longer let these properties kind of fall in on themselves. So then they started to do minor structural boarding up and repair. But what we want to see is development. We want to see that quality of life, not just a house boarded up for the protection of the neighborhood, but also that house developed. So new living standards, new solutions for improvement, and new resources. So when I think about Baltimore City, I think about a city that's right on the cusp of becoming a very large metropolitan city again. But the disinvestment also is its Achilles heel. We've seen an estimated, just in Baltimore, Maryland alone, 85,000 lead contaminated properties. And over the years, Baltimore City has awarded over $300 million in collective lawsuits pertaining to lead-based paint poisoning. And there are over 65,000 cases of people that have dangerous lead levels. So by approaching the properties with environmental stewardship and remediation first, we can cause the city to no longer be a blight on the taxpayers, on the city, and on the regulatory agencies to figure out how to go after people to make the improvements on their houses that they need. But we can create, through our Clean House Initiative, a way to serve Maryland residents better and come up with creative solutions to remove environmental hazards and spur development. And our goal is always to meet the customer's needs first with education and crucial problem solving of their environmental situation. So I hope you guys learned a lot and could follow my presentation. And as for me, that is all I have. So thank you for the platform, and thank you for allowing me to share. And that's it.
Thanks so much, Aisha. All right. So yes, so we're going to have a question and answer time right now with Devin and with Aisha. If you could both turn your webcams on, I appreciate it. I know Aisha, you have yours on. Devin, if you could turn your okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you both for your excellent presentations. And as an initial question, you mentioned, Aisha, your work with CivicWorks. Could you speak about your experience a bit more with how CivicWorks was transforming some vacant lots into green spaces?
Sure. So my first large scale job with them was I was a member of their community lots team. So during that time where Baltimore had a number of vacant properties that were collapsed in on themselves, the community lots team saw it fit that instead of allowing these lots to stay vacant and stay empty and underdeveloped, they would target those communities with vacant lots. And usually they would work with a community center that was involved in the community and had a great relationship with the neighbors. And they would say, let's come in and let's create a community space for you guys. You guys manage the upkeep, we do the initial design. And it was at that time that I learned how community involvement works when we work with nonprofits to get to a goal and a solution that's beneficial for both parties. For us, we were able to bring experiences, resources, design, and a whole lot of amenities to these spaces. And we changed them from piles of debris with brick and all kinds of housing, parts into spaces where people could congregate, people could hold small events and things like that. And they had multiple sites throughout the city. So once the springtime hit, we would go around and we would weed, or we would add new features, or we'd have community block cleaning. And it was a really great way to see how different organizations can work together in a way that many people can also get involved. So it's not, this is our lot, this is how we do it. It's more so, hey, come and let's enjoy each other's time in an open and recreational space.
Thank you, Aisha. Next question I have is for Devin. With regard to conditioning permits, would it be possible in some cases to condition permits so that at least some portion of the brownfield remediation redevelopment process could be addressed in the area to be impacted by the permit?
Yeah, so if we're modifying or conditioning a permit, we can do a whole host of things, obviously. If let's say the project is adjacent or is in a brownfields area, and that brownfields area is contained in a community with environmental justice concerns, MDE could modify the permit to include remediation, depending on who the the responsible party is. We can condition the permit that certain actions have to be undertaken prior to things like groundbreaking, et cetera, to make sure that nothing is being released. We have a whole, there's a whole soup to nuts range of what we can do with our modifications and conditions in pretty much any case.
Thank you, Devin. I have a follow-up question. This particular question is from Robin DeYoung at EPA. How is the EJ office coordinating with other offices funding new projects, such as the Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund, so that the money can be distributed to benefit overburdened communities?
So the way we have, it's interesting and timely in that we were setting up our screening tool just prior to bipartisan infrastructure law and all of the federal dollars coming through. So not only is my agency using the EJ screening tool for infrastructure investments, both at state dollars that we have, but also federal dollars that we are receiving. We're also other agencies like the Department of Health, Department of Natural Resources, other agencies that are going to receive federal funds as well, or have already received them, are using our screening tool to prioritize where those investments are made, especially Justice 40. Obviously, for Justice 40, 40% of that money is to go to communities with that are overburdened and underserved. So that's at the beginning of our conversation is we've got these dollars. Instead of thinking holistically about across the state where they're all going to go, let's first think holistically about where those dollars are going to go for communities that are underserved and overburdened. Hope that helps.
Yes, thank you, Devin.
Sure.
And I have a next question is for Aisha. You mentioned some of the certifications that you earned through your work at CivicWorks. Can you name some of those certifications, or things like they have to do with like EPA lead certifications or OSHA type certifications? Can you talk a little bit more about that and the challenges of that, and just how can that be integrated more into some of these brownfields to greenfields type projects?
I believe that the certification portion was pivotal in me starting my business. I received my Adhera supervisor, my Adhera worker, my lead-based paint renovator, my lead-based paint worker, lead inspector, CPR first aid, as well as my OSHA 40-hour. And what was amazing was each of those certifications really tied into the next. And when you look at environmental issues, we talk about this property had asbestos issues, this property had lead issues, but it's more so about the building practices of 50, 60 years ago, where your caulk in your window was going to be asbestos. The lead around the windowsill is lead. If you didn't have the property shuttered like you should have, you're going to have mold and water issues. If the property suffered through fire damage, you're going to have mold, water issues, as well as fire damage and structural issues. So when we talk about preparing workers for an industry like this, you really need a wide angle lens when you look at the issues that you're going to run into with these properties because of the varying building techniques of those days. And I believe that having asbestos training, lead training, and your OSHA trainings, especially because your OSHA trainings are more so for the worker to be knowledgeable about how to protect themselves. It's not so much about how to assess the site. There are portions of that in the training, but it's mostly about this is how you have to govern yourself in this space. And for me, going through those trainings, it really gave me a lot of confidence on every site I went on, whether I was pulling from my OSHA certifications or if I was pulling from, you know, ADHERA certifications, where we have to understand which regulation is paramount in each circumstance. So having a full range of those certifications allows you to work in a lot of different spaces. So I was very impressed with the different amount of certifications, because if you just had asbestos and you encounter lead, you have to stop and you have to call somebody else. And that's why I believe working as an environmental contractor is hand in hand with all types of renovation and demolition, because you're demoing components that have these building issues and hazards in them. There's no way you can assess correctly if you don't have that experience in your back pocket.
Thank you, Aisha. I think I have time for one more question. And Devin, this is a question for you. You mentioned that certain public notice and participation permits are impacted by the, I believe it's House Bill 1200 for the EJ score. Could you mention what those types of permits are covering?
Sure. Pretty much the majority of our air permits would be under 1-601. So any permit to operate, any permit to emit is pretty much going to be covered under there. I always use this example. Our Air and Radiation Administration also provides permits for dental x-ray machines. Those would not be covered under this. In the land and materials permit, anything dealing with brownfields or any kind of contaminated site is going to be required to do an EJ screen. In water, drinking water, wastewater, you name it, the vast majority of the water permits are also going to be subject to House Bill 1200 and the requirements of the EJ score. But, remember this, it is just a score. It's just a score, it's data, and the data provides the applicant, the community, and the department with information that one of those three actors may or may not know as we walk into the site, right? So the thing that you want to be able to do is have not only the community to know what's going on there, and that's the most important group, but also my permit staff and the applicant. So a lot of the expectation of the department is that the applicants will have addressed any concerns with the community prior to any kind of issuance of our permit for them. And that's we always talk about the good permittee, the good actor, and that's what the good actor will do. He or she will come to MDE and say, yep, we saw that we have an EJ score here that's high. We saw what else is in that neighborhood. We've already talked to the community about mitigation and what we might provide. That is what the goal of it is, really.
Thank you so much to both Assistant Secretary Dotson and to Aisha Dorn today, and also to our great presenters from Groundwork USA. That wraps up our last question and answer session. We very much appreciate all of our presenters today, our keynote speakers, and also Secretary McCord, Secretary Tablata, and Stephanie Branch from EPA Region 3 for all their time and their informative and interesting presentations. I wanted to share with you a couple of opportunities for seeing some of these projects in person. The first one is at the Packing House It's a tour of the packing house in Cambridge, Maryland. We encourage you to attend one of these meetups. They're two excellent examples of brownfield redevelopment, which they have recreational space associated with them. The tour today in Cambridge starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll have a networking happy hour afterwards at RAR Brewing, which is just 5 minutes away from where the site is. And I'm putting a link to the packing house website so you can learn more about the facility. And tomorrow from 12 to 2 in Cumberland, in Western Maryland, there will be a second Brownfield meetup group tour and networking lunch at the Footer Dye Building, which is adjacent to the C&O Canal Trail. Again, a great opportunity there to learn more about the excellent brownfield redevelopment project there. And again, I'm putting a link in the chat for people to learn more about that. So we look forward to seeing you in person at one of the tours. And again, thank you all for attending. This concludes our second Maryland Brownfield Conference, Brownfields a Walk in the Park for All. We hope you enjoyed the conference. And again, I want to thank everyone who took the time out of your busy schedules to attend, to our advisory committee who helped us design the conference, our colleagues at MDE and EPA, and to John Coleman, our communications and technology guru, who helped to make all this happen. Complete recording of the conference and the presentations will be posted on our Brownfield Conference webpage, which I put into the chat earlier today. And we'll be also sending out a survey to ensure that future conferences are as enjoyable and relevant as possible, and to collect feedback for future topics and presenters. Please take a few moments to provide feedback so we can continue to improve our future conferences. Again, thanks so much and have a good day, and we hope to see you at one of the tours. Thank you.